Well, welcome everyone again to KingPittdawg Racing. I am Kevin, and I'm just signing on here. Sorry it took me a little longer than I had anticipated. I had to make sure I took care of all my meds and everything that I've got going on right now. So, just wanted to verify first that this is working. And I'm not seeing it. Yes, it is. Okay, alright. So, I've had a lot of problems where I've been streaming for 15 minutes and it wasn't actually streaming. So all right, so we are back on for the full list, and I kind of switched that last one up midstream there because I started to feel a little funky. So I wanted to take a break, get myself back in order, and go through this list with y'all here. So basically what we're doing here. So let me give you an introduction to who I am, what we're doing. I am Kevin, also known as KingPittdawg, as you can see up here on my page. That's my information right there. KingPittdawg, capital K-I-N-G, capital P-I-T-T, capital D-A-W-G. My real name is Kevin, and I've been doing GT since the early 2000s. I think GT2 was the first one I was on, and GT4, and then I never had a PlayStation 3. So I didn't have GT5 and 6, but did get GT Sport launch day when it came out. And had that on the PlayStation 4, and then now I have GT7, which again I got on launch day. I actually pre-ordered that. And had it once I had my PS5. And then now I am streaming live since like 2019, and I've been on VR2 since I got my VR2 last March. We did have a little bit of an issue with the VR2 at the beginning, and then had some issues with my internet last year during our previous season. And what I do is host an invitation only racing series, which is originally designed to fill in the space between the Gran Turismo series. But we enjoyed doing it so much and had so many people joining that we decided to make it a year-long thing, and we are now about to start Season 3 of the Holiday Exhibition Challenge Series, which we're going to be rebranding this year to the Hobby E-Racing Challenge Series. So basically the same thing. It's still going to be the HECS, but now it stands for Hobby E-Racing Challenge Series instead of Holiday Exhibition. So just a way of making this more like what it is, a series for people that do this as a hobby, not as a profession. And so we've adjusted that. We've made some changes to the system, revised some of the rules. We'll be running 2-day events with qualifying and 3 qualifying heat races. And then depending on how our main race is set up the following day, we'll be either running 1, 2, 3, or 4 main races on either the following day or possibly Sunday. Most of our qualifying heat races will be on Friday nights, and then our main races will be on Saturday nights or Sunday evenings. We're trying to give people their Sundays off if we can, especially going into the busier spring and summer. So the HECS is divided into 3 series. One is the Spring Series, which is 5 events, and I call them events because there's more than one race in each. In fact, there's a minimum of 4 races in each event, and sometimes as much as we had, I think, 12 races in the 2-part final event, and we will be ending each series, spring, summer, and fall, with a double event. So that's how the series is going to be laid out from now on. And we've got a revised point system that's much simpler not only to understand but to tabulate. And we're kind of putting the screws down on what kind of cars we're going to use. We're going to be concentrating on our cars that we've developed, but still running the Group 1, 2, 3, and 4 race cars that GT has for us. But tonight, we're here to concentrate on the list of the HSSSR cars, and that stands for the Holiday Exhibition or Hobby E-Racing Challenge Series, HECS. Stock, because we're starting with the stock car. Specially modified, which is what we're doing, to a specific spec. And that's our 3 S's, so stock, specially modified, spec, race car. So the HECS HECS race cars. So that's what we're going into today, and it's a pretty basic setup. We're targeting between 250 and 255 horse on 2,800 pound vehicle, and keeping our performance points level under 616 with medium tires. So I did bump that up from 615 to 616 because some cars were bumping, even with the little tuning, we're bumping into the 615 category. So I bumped that up 1 point, and that's all I'm going to allow because I don't want these cars people to be running cars that are 615.99 if we can. So the point of the racing series is to find a car you're comfortable driving and drive it better. It's not about practicing more. It's not about getting a better setup, although you can do that. What I found in the last series is once I started running the 88 Supra all the time and got a setup, it pretty much worked everywhere. I just had to adjust the final speed ratio. So I'll go over that in the video here as we go through everything. So right now, though, we just finished up a video building 4 different types of HSSSR cars, which we are terming the hissers. So that's how I'm going to refer to them in the video here from now on. The hisser cars are pretty much a cross between a GT4 and a GT3 car. We're basically taking a stock car and putting as many mods as we can on it here in the game, and building it as a race car. So adding the fully customized pretty much everything, and getting it to the point where it is a full-on race car, but with a limited spec. So I think what we're going to do is, because this car is kind of in my way down here from where I want to go through the list, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to build this Ferrari here, and this would be a pretty basic car. You can see it's pretty close to the spec right now. It's actually horsepower-wise in the spec, and I haven't built one of these, and this is a pretty good car, so let's go ahead and do this one. So all of our cars, as I mentioned in the previous video, all of our cars in the HECS that we're going to run, that we build spec cars on, including the hissers we're talking about now, the cup cars, which are like NASCAR cup cars, front engine, rear drive V8, naturally aspirated cars, the Craftsman trucks, or crap trucks, as my friend nicknamed them, which are basically just the Raptor and the TRD Pro Toyota turned into race trucks. And then the Super Cups, which we're going to be developing this year. Super Cup cars are going to be supercharged, turbocharged cars with I think it's 3,000 pounds and 750 horse, so it'll be one step above all these cars, and it'll include a lot of supercars. So those will be developing through the year. We won't be running any of those this year, but we'll be working on developing those this year. So we're concentrating this video on the entire list of the HSSR cars. I'm going to build this one just because I want, if somebody doesn't want to watch the whole video from before, and you can find that on my live stream list, we're going to go ahead and build a car here to show you how it's done, because they're all basically the same. All right, so this is the 75 Ferrari 308 GTB. Pretty famous looking car. I mean, basically the Magnum PI car, probably different year there. But first thing you're going to do to any of our cars, again, all of them are the same, is add the wide body. Okay, there's a few exceptions, and when we go over the list, I'll touch on those. But the most important thing to remember with these cars, if you're trying to figure it out when you're going through it, is we're going to add all of our stuff on all of the cars. Okay? So you're not going to be able to just go in and add the horsepower and spec and think that you've got a car that matches the spec. So what we're going to do, again, most of the cars, the cup cars, the Craftsman trucks, have spec wheels. These hissers, I'm leaving them open. So I haven't set a wheel for the Super Cup cars, because we're still working on we're in the infancy of developing those cars. So, all right, so we got 14-inch wheel. So basically the standard, quote-unquote standard wheel is a 17-inch, okay? And if you can't get that, we want to get as close to it as possible. This particular car we can, so we're going to make it a 17-inch and a wide wheel. Again, I don't spec the wheel, but they do need to be roughly 17 inches and then wide, okay? So that's what I found works on most cars across the board. You're going to have some cars that you can't get down to 17 and some cars you can't get up to 17, but get as close as you can. So that's where we start with this car. So we wide bodied it, we put the wheels and tires on it. Now we got to add the custom parts. And we want to add some aero to it. So we're going to add the front aero on this one. Okay, that's the front. Now the side, we can add the ground effects stripe here. Now this one doesn't look like it allows this diffuser. I believe these cars already have a diffuser on them. So normally you'll see a rear bumper where you can add a diffuser, the splitter, and that's that. It's going to be, there's several variations of it, but you would tell it when you'd know it when you see it. It's usually the last option. Now wings, I do require a wing on every car, and medium 22 is the standard wing. There's a few exceptions. Most of your hatchback cars have like a Type B option. And again, as we go through this list, we'll get the full list of all the options on the cars, because we're going to go through every single car and every single spec part on it. Okay, so racing items, again, hood pins, you don't have to add those. We're going to add these old school style because this is a Ferrari, and then we're going to add a tow hook because it's a Ferrari. No, and then this car you can't add a roll cage into it. So most of the cars you can. That's kind of the exception, is the non-roll cage. Most of the cars you can add a roll cage to, and we want to see that because when we're doing streams and stuff and doing replays, we want to show those cars that look like race cars, so we want to be able to see that roll cage in there. Other parts, like I've said before, and I know it's cheesy, you want the super cool lights just because they're just like me. License plate, we want to type A if we can, and I'll explain to you why that is, because I've got some specific things I would like to see on these cars, just kind of as a cross-promotion thing. So I'll go over that and touch on that. You'll see it on almost all the cars now. So caliper color, we can't add that in until we modify the car. So now we have cosmetically we've modified the body, we've wide-bodied it, we've added our aero bits. So we're done in here in the cosmetic section for now, and we need to go over to the tuning shop. And again, these cars, it may seem confusing, like we're adding a ton of stuff, but realistically, we're just adding our stuff to these cars to make them a spec car. Now, this car is 2,844 pounds, and our target is 2,800, so we want to reduce the weight on the car. Now we're down to 2,650, which is well within the range of what we need. We want to add power restrictor and ballast, which it already had somehow. And then you know what? I think I was planning on doing this car before. Maybe I ran it in a Ferrari thing. So fully customizable computer. Again, we're putting our system on these cars. So the fully customizable computer is our way of making sure the car doesn't cheat, more or less, just like what you would get in a racing series. Increased body rigidity. Now that's increasing the body structure of the car. That's why it's so expensive. That is what makes it a little bit a step above a GT4 car. Because like I said, GT4 adds some stiffeners, but they really don't do a full-on body rigidity increase like these cars do, like what this likely entails here. Now this is a naturally aspirated car, so we are going to add racing air filter, racing muffler, and racing exhaust manifold. Okay, racing brake pads, racing brake kit, and again, you can use either one. I always buy both of them just because, well, it's just 8,000 credits, and I don't think it makes a difference which ones you use. I think the parameters on the game are the same. So we add racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension. I am requiring the brake balance controller this year. It was optional last year. Then we just need to add our tires, and hard, soft. You don't have to buy hard and soft if you don't want to, but as I mentioned in my other videos, a very good strategy if you were to have a problem in a race and you're running on medium tires and you have a problem and get way behind the field, there is a bonus point, and one of the few bonus points I allow is fast lap bonus. So if you can get yourself some soft tires, get out there and get that fast lap bonus, you could possibly have a 13th place finish and score like you placed 9th or 10th, So because once you get, I think, to 10th or 11th place in points, all the points are the same beyond that. So depending on the race it is, and I think the qualifying heat races are 10th place and back, and I think the main races depend on how many main races we're having. But you get the same amount of points from either 10th, 11th, or 12th position down. So that would be a good strategy to have. So I would always have the soft tires. I don't think there's really a use for the hard tires this season, but I buy them anyway for all the cars just because I'm investing in these cars as prototypes. So not only could I drive them, but we can also test them as well. So that is it for the build. I mean, it's really that simple. We're going to go over here and add our caliper color in, which actually is probably already set it red, so we wouldn't even have to. Yeah, it's set red, so we're just going to leave that. And then that is it. So what I generally do is just set this up as a prototype style. So I just put like, hey, what's up, JT? JT's watching. So, all right, so we built now another car we didn't have before. And I was going to build this before, but again, I've been ill, so I didn't have this. But it worked good to be able to build it in this stream. And it showed that it was the one situation where we didn't have the ability to put a rear bumper diffuser on, which is rare. So, let's go down through the list. And I think what I'm going to do, just to make this as easy as possible, is we're going to start with our special exceptions. The first special exception is this car right here. A very good car. But if you see the horsepower rating on this car right here, again, spec here. Hey, yeah, exactly. And Keith, I was going to tell you too, by the way, if you watch my previous video, I did build the 190 Evolution, and that should work very well for you. So if you want to look at that one, what to do on that one, it's pretty simple because it already is right about at the spec. So we just had to add a little weight reduction and then do some adjustments on it. So, so again, Keith, those who don't know, Keith and JT, who have commented on the video here, both were in our series last year, and were top 10 finishers in the championship. So, okay, so back to the Cayman here. Now, what I've done some testing with this Cayman.
I followed you and created exact.
Thank you very much, sir. The Cayman here is a little bit of an enigma. There's another car in here, and I'll go over that, of the ones I've built. This is the only one I couldn't get within spec. And I ran this thing at 20 horsepower under what I could get it under spec.
Let's not build anything that helps Keith.
Now, those who don't know, JT and Keith just wrapped up the championship on our Winter Sprint Series. By the way, congratulations, Keith. I know I said it on writing, but congratulations. I was in pretty rough shape when I got off last night, so I didn't want to try to jump back in the chat. But feeling a lot better today. And hopefully we'll be able to get through this list here, and we'll go over all these cars. They're all fall in line pretty well. Now, again, going back to what I've done some testing with this car and another car. Yes, sir. This car is one I cannot get under the spec and keep it where we want it. So, if you want to run this car, we're probably going to have to settle you somewhere between like 235 and 245 horse. Probably 240 to start, because we're not going to let you come in and burn up the field with it. So it was slower at the 225 horse than other cars I was running at Daytona, and I did do some testing with it. So, again, this is one of the cars that doesn't really meet the spec anyway. The smallest wheels I can put on is 19-inch. But if you absolutely want to run it, you certainly can. But we're going to have to figure out somewhere that you can run it where it's going to fit in the room. Because if we go here and I bump this up, just giving it up to 240 horse puts it at 616.76. So that's why I'm saying you're going to have to be probably... Yeah, if I bump the room, we would probably have to go down to 78 just to be safe. So you'd have to be at like 234 horse in order for it to work. So that's still pushing the edge of the PP limits. So I may require it to be run at 225, but we would probably let you test it so we could see where it runs. So let me know. And again, we're not locked into these cars. We're going to develop something through the year here that we're going to figure out somewhere. I don't want to see... What I don't want to do is go to some place and have 10 drivers lined up and 8 of them or 6 of them are on the same car. So we're going to probably limit 2 to 3 people using the same car per race, and that would go backwards from our points last year. From 10th place in points would get the first choices, up to myself and Steve in second and first would be the last choices, and then anybody that was below 10th would be behind Steve and I. So that's how I've tentatively got it. I haven't even posted it. I've just tentatively got that set up. I think a lot of people are going to pick a car that they like driving and stick with it, and that's fine, because through the year we're going to add like where you're going to need to run, a few races in an alternate car. So we're going to work on that. And again, this is all in development, and again, it's hobby e-racing, so I'm not trying to change the rules. I'm trying to make everything better. So again, the Cayman right now we could probably allow you, but I'm going to leave the Spec in here at 225.
Your thought on AMG A4514 hatch?
Yeah, I'll go through that because I did make that one, Keith. So that'll be one of the earlier cars because I'm going to go backwards from newest to oldest on these cars. So again, this is one of the exceptions, and then the other exception I got down here is this one. Where is it? I lost it. Oh, because I moved everything. There it is, right there. All right, so this car right here is another exception, okay? And I've decided to not allow this car. And the reason is because I can build this car. Because I can build this car without having the issue. So the only way this newer Supra, and again, I had to start with the 19 version, because it's already at like 330 horse or something like that. But this car started with a lot of horsepower, and it's hard to get these cars in spec with a lot of horsepower. So you can see this one's already 10 horse under the max, and it's barely getting in under the numbers. So I really want to see the cars all the same. And you can do that with the 2J one. So if you're going to use the Supra, you're going to have to do a 2JZ conversion. And then that's how we're going to run it. So this car is not going to be allowed. If you absolutely must run this car, if you think you've got to run this car and can't run anything else, talk to me. We'll help you build a 2J. And if you don't like that, then we'll consider it, but you're going to be less than that 245 horse. And I don't really want people to have a disadvantage off the top. The idea of the series is to find cars.
Apocalypse, KPD bans a Supra.
I didn't technically ban a Supra, I just banned an engine. Yes, those who don't know, and if you look at my car here, I do like to poke fun at the fact that these Supras, I love the fact that Toyota came out with a Supra, but you can see my BMW emblem by the Toyota emblem, the Magna Steer, which BMW doesn't actually build this car, Magna Steer does. So yes, you use 90% BMW parts, but Toyota did design this car, believe it or not. They didn't design the body structure, but they did design this car with the fixed roof and all that. They designed the suspensions on them. They are different than the Z4. But I do like to poke fun at it. If you look at the at my new race car in manufacture, it does say Z4 underneath the Supra emblem on it. So anyway, that's just something I decided to do because I don't want a lot of confusion about it. The 2J car fits in under the spec without really any problems, without having to mess with every single setting. So I'm probably going to run the 2J version at some point. So another thing I wanted to point out too, which is really weird about this game, see how I can put a roll cage in this car? The interior is exactly the same in the GT4 car, but you can't put a roll cage in it, which is just it's just an oversight by the company. I mean, it's just kind of dumb. But anyway, let's go now and go right down our list from the newest car, which actually is the one I built in the previous stream. And that is our Civic Type R. This is a front-wheel drive build car. And again, as mentioned before, I'm going to walk you through the process, and we're going to go through all the menus in all of these cars. So strap on, we're going to be here for a while. Car maintenance, first thing we do, and you'll notice, wide body. I want you to be able to follow these cars step by step and be able to build them without any questions. So first thing you do is the wide body. Okay? And then we go over to car customization. And we're going to add wheels. And again, I put some wheels on there that look very similar to the Honda wheels. And again, we're going to get as close as we can to 17-inch. And then we're going to do wide, because we already got a wide body car. We want wide rim width and wide offset. Okay, so that's where we set up our wheel. Look at that nice stance on that thing. And then we're going to add our custom parts. We're going to add the splitter type front bumper, and that's type B on this car. The flattest side skirts I could find. This was really kind of hard to see. Those look like they're kind of directional, and I can't even really see that there's really much difference between those two. So we just chose the biggest ones. So type B on this car. And then this one here, no option for the rear diffuser. I know these bumpers have a diffuser on them, so that's why they're not allowing you to add it. And then the wing is type B on this hatchback, which is going to be most of the hatchbacks, because we really can't add the 22. But this, if you look at it, it's almost identical to the 22, the medium 22 custom wing that we use on all the other cars. So racing items, again, these are by choice, but make sure you add that roll cage in there, which I did not do on this car. Yeah, I was starting to feel pretty iffy at the end of that last stream, so I don't think I did some of this stuff. So here's our, there's our tow hook, and then our hood pins. And I think that finishes everything off. So we got light bulbs, super cool, just like me. Save the comments. Our caliper color, which we set, giving that white on red and red on white Honda contrast for their R series. Alright, so now we've got all of the cosmetic stuff. And again, you won't be able to do your caliper color until after you put your racing brakes on. Okay, and I'm not going to go over that again. That's just, you'll just notice that as you go through it. Again, most everybody's going to leave their Brembos red. I like to color code to the whatever sticks on the car. So this car... So anyway, the main goal we got to do, this car, I can't remember what the weight was on it originally, but it took a couple of weight reductions. This one had weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, and don't forget to get your power restrictor and ballast. You're going to need that on all cars. Fully customizable computer on all cars. Increased body rigidity, I'm requiring that this year. Fully customizable LSD. Fully customizable manual transmission. This is a turbo car, so we're going to add racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, and exhaust manifold. Racing pads and rotors. Either one is fine. Like I said, I always buy them no matter what. Racing clutch and flywheel. Fully customizable suspension. Brake balance controller. And then our tires. And again, you only have to buy mediums, but I would suggest at least getting softs. I'm going to buy all three just so I have them on these cars in the future so we can test. If I decide we want to do a test on hard tires, I have them and I don't have to go buy things and I'm all ready to go. Alright, so that sums up our Civic Type R build, and then we've got specific settings for it. And as I mentioned before, set your car up based on the racing medium tires. I always set a specific name for the setting sheet, and then I'm setting all the cars at 10 above the body height adjustment, and then pretty much everything in the middle here. You can see I've just put everything in the middle. I've been setting these to 250, and again, that didn't change the performance points. I'm putting the numbers somewhere as close to middle as possible and still be a somewhat breakdownable number. In fact, we should probably do this to 90. And then this one, 235, that's right about the middle of the forward part. This one here, because it was so powerful after we did our ads, we did have to fully max the power restrictor, which is 70 is the max, and then go to 93 on the output adjustment to get to our 253, which is right in our 250 to 255 range. And then our ballast we set at 84, and as I recommend, always look at your right over here, right here, your front to rear balance, and set your ballast to try to balance that out as best you can. Again, I'm not requiring that, but I'm just suggesting the closer to 50-50 you can get any race car, the better you'll be. And then what I do is, what I've been doing is, depending on the severity of the body, the weight difference, I'll set the balance based on that. And again, that's just a starting point. You're welcome to adjust these things at the races. I'm not requiring any specific BOPs yet, but I think your best bet would be to go in there and try some laps at the middle settings, because it seems to be pretty darn good, is what I've found doing this, resetting these. So 60502 on this car is your spec, and again, just a review, we're only adding weight reduction stage 1 and 2 and increased body rigidity. All the other stuff is stock, and we're adding our parts. These are our spec parts. So just think of those as spec parts that you have to use to run in our series. That's the best way to look at that. All right, so that's one down. Now we're going to go to the next car in line, which is the 22, there it is, GR Corolla. GR Corolla, very similar to that Honda we just built because they're very similar in power. And again, we're going to start this car off in GT Auto. And we're going to go into the wide body and add the wide body. Okay, as you can see, we already got it. We already did. And again, if the car already has wide body, then you don't have to worry about adding it, but there's very few exceptions to the rule. Wheels, we've already put our wheels on, and again, what we've done here is done these wheels. These are 18-inch, that's as low as we can go, and we've done wide. And then this one doesn't even give me a wide because this car, I think, actually starts as a wide body. So, and in fact, I believe it is. I believe this car comes factory as a wide body. So, you add your front splitter type B, your side skirts. Whoop. I think we did type, yeah, we did type A because that's the one we want to run. So that was just a reflex there buying that. And then rear, we want to run the rear diffuser type bumper. You can see the difference. The full-on diffuser with the side strafes on it there a little bit. Okay, and then the wing, this particular type is type B. Like I said, there's a few cars. This is one of the exceptions. And this one you can see has its own basic version of the wing, and it's really not a lot of difference between these. I actually don't think this would be a big deal if you wanted to run this one. I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but if you're gonna do that, just let me know you're doing it so I can build a prototype that's the same. Racing items, hood pin, again, that's up to you. Tow hook, I like to see type B, but that's your call, and then make sure we get a full roll cage in it. Other parts, like I said, light bulbs, and again, super cool. Type A on the rear only. And caliper color, we ran blue on this one, give it a little accent. So there's our Corolla Maurizio edition there, cosmetic-wise. And now we're going to go show you what we did and did not do to this one over in the tuning shop. So we'll let that apply. After a few of these, I'm just going to go through them, and I'm not going to explain everything I'm doing. We're just going to buzz through them. So, this car required weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, of course, our power restrictor and ballast, as always. Fully customizable computer. Again, we're getting our controller in there, so that's our spec controller on the engine. So it can't be modified, let's say. Fully customizable LSD, fully customizable manual, increased body rigidity. So we needed the 2 weight reductions on this. And then it's a turbo car, so we're adding racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, brake pads and rotors, racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Again, there's nothing in the Extreme and Ultimate on any of these HSSR cars, unless I have it specifically stated. So, settings on this car. This car is right at the max. So you can see as far as the power goes, again, we've set everything in the middle. I did not reset these tires. That's why I'm doing that as we go through. Again, we got the torque vectoring center and differential, which I made on a hit on in the video there. All-wheel drive cars do require that this year. We've set our arrow as close to the middle of the front part as possible. And then we're going to be at 71 on the ballast. And again, the pretty front-heavy car, so we moved that ballast as far back as we could and set our power restrictor to 72, and that gets us right where we need to be. And again, this one, just a few percentage points difference there on the... So I left the brake controller at 1. So that is your GR Corolla Morizo edition. Now, a quick little story on the Morizo. So those who don't know, Akio Toyoda, who is the grandson of the founder of Toyota, was in charge of Toyota, and one of his master drivers for his racing team said, hey, you need to get some cars. This was back in the 90s. You need to get some cars that are... Not back in the 90s. I guess it was actually late 90s when they had stopped making most everything. Like, they had stopped making the Supra, so it was probably actually the early 2000s. He went to Akio Toyota and said, you're making boring cars. And he was the master driver for Toyota. And Akio took that to heart and said, I want you to show me. And so he went under this guy's wing, learned how to drive a race car under a assumed name, Morizo. And that's where the Morizo came from. Is Akio Toyota's name. He was driving an old Toyota Supra back in like around 2010, 2011, racing it, the car that was already almost 10 years old, or I think the one he was driving was like 14 years old, and driving it, and realized Toyota needs to get back in the game, and that's when they started developing plans to try to figure out how they could build another Supra. I think the RCF came first. Of course, they were already developing the LFA, but that's Lexus. They wanted something for Toyota. And then the BRZ and 86 FRS Subayotas came about. And again, Toyota using their partners, people that they partner with for engineering already, to build cars. So just like this car. This car actually started off as a Scion IM, and then they converted it over. And there's a lot of Mazda in this car, which people don't realize, but it is still considered a Corolla. But if you look at this car, it's very similar to a Mazda 3. And just so people can understand that. But Mazda and Toyota actually have a plant that they're building cars together, and a lot of people don't realize that. But Toyota owns stakes in a lot of companies that people don't realize. They own a percentage of Mazda now. They own a percentage of Subaru. They own a percentage of a few other companies that you might not know either. So just a quick little tangent there. So let's go on to the next car. That's our GR Corolla Morizo. And then we'll go down to the next car, which is our other Toyota, technically. So I'm going to go through the BRZ because the 86 is the exact same vehicle. So the 86, which is the next car in line, and again, I'll click on it just to show you, but these are basically the same cars. And these were the basis kind of our winter sprint series where the HSSSR cars were born. So the Hissers were born out of a series we already ran that were in really competitive. And these were kind of the dominant car. So we've balanced out the field by adding all the performance mods and then reducing the power to try to get as much of our own BOP as we can. So again, first things first, wide body. And again, these cars, almost all of these cars look excellent in wide body form. So this one here particularly, I think this is one of the better looking cars on the road nowadays. And you can see I've added the decals to this one. But we added the wide body. And then, of course, anybody who's been with me knows that my wheel of choice has always been the BBS FS wheel. So that's what we've got on this one. And again, we're as close to 17 as we can. In fact, this one we can move to 17. And there's our 17-inch wheels. And that's what actually I ran Spec on. So it's going to start at the standard size, but 17-inch, wide. Okay? Custom parts, again, we're going to add our front splitter, our side skirts, and our rear diffuser style bumper. Our wing, again, custom wing set, medium 22. That's standard across all the HSSSR cars. Where we can build it. So, again, all this stuff is your choice, but we do need the roll cage, we do need the tow hook, and we do want to see hood pins, just because these are race cars. Light bulbs, again, do what you want. License plate type A. And then the caliper color we coded to this car here. This is Subaru World Rally Blue Pearl. So we'll jump over to the tuning shop. Whoops, dang it. I got a little ahead of myself. One more circle. There we go. Hit the circle bar one more time before we move over and hit the button. Alright, so this car was basically where it needed to be weight-wise. So we did not have to add any weight reduction. We got the power restrictor and the ballast because we did add some power. Fully customizable computer. Again, we're putting our part on there so nobody can cheat. That's the way to look at that fully customizable computer. Fully customizable LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Naturally aspirated car, so we're going to use racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust. Racing brake pads and rotors. Clutch and flywheel. Fully customizable suspension. Brake balance controller, and our tires. So very simple build on this car. And then I'll go touch on the settings. And again, I'm not going to go into this the full build on the 86. But I am going to touch on the settings because you can see that they are exactly the same. So this car, what I did here, we set everything again 10 numbers above the bump stop just to be consistent. This car I did not adjust, so we're going to adjust this one over. Put everything in the middle. I would say that would be where you start off and then go from there. And then this car is balanced between the toe that I like to run, the type that I run. You can set that to 0, however you want to do that. The arrow I've set for spec. You can run the arrow wherever you want. I'm not requiring that at this point on any of the cars. So power restrictor on this one, though, with our ads, we did have to drop it down to 94 to get our 253 horse. And then, again, no manual individual ratio adjustments. We're going to run these type of adjustments on the top speed. I'm setting every car to 250 here on the HECS cars. So just so you know how I'm doing that. This one I'm going to set 2 because it's 10% difference from the front to the rear. And because we didn't add any ballast, you know, we're not balancing out the weight balance any better. One thing I want to add, I do not want to see people adding 100 pounds of ballast on a car. Okay, so we want to run at 2,800 pounds if we can. The only time I want ballast added is if it's part of a reward penalty. Reward penalty, basically penalty for winning races. So that's why we want to keep the ballast level, and we want to keep these numbers as close to exact as we can. So that's it for the BRZ. And like I said, I'm going to jump into the 86 just to show you that everything is exactly the same. This is the car I actually drove in the Winter Sprint Series. And again, I put everything to the middle here. Everything is basically the same. Yeah, this was from running the races in it. And then everything is set the same. I will actually set this brake balance controller exactly the same. So there we go. Exact same car. So I don't need to go into individual build on that one. So we'll move on to the next set of cars. And now we've gotten through 21s. We're going to have to go down the list. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, so now we're at our 2020s. So this is another Honda. Now the first car we built was the first time I had built the other one. And this is the 2020 version of the Type R. So again, first thing we're going to do to these cars, we're going to add the wide body. Right there. You can see right there it's already installed. If I can't make a decision on the wheels, I always put the BBS FS wheels on. And again, we're going to run them as close as we can. This one is 18. As close as we can to 17-inch. So you can see that we run the 18-inch wide wheels and tires. So it's the same that were on there before. You can't tell when you go to change tires. Unfortunately, that's why I just keep going ahead and going through it on all of them. But as close as you can get to that 17-inch spec size. So custom parts, again, we're going to add the front A-type splitter, the wide style type A ground effects. Again, these type R's already have a diffuser on the bumper in the back. And then we're going to add our custom wing set. In this case, it does allow us to add a medium 22 across that rear panel on the glass. So that's what we got. And that is our cosmetic build. Again, all this individual stuff you can add in. Make sure you add that roll cage in there. I'm just verifying as we go through these cars to make sure. Again, type A rear only. And you'll see why. Again, caliper color, I added the red end. Kind of blend in with the seats there and the type R badges. And we'll apply that. Hang tight, folks. Once we get rolling here, I'm not going to spend as much time explaining what I'm doing here. So I just want to pound it into everybody so you know what's going on here. So now we got to set the car up again. Again, this car is suffering from a little bit of a penalty because it's a powerful car with not a lot of weight to start. Whoops. There we go. All right. So again, I've set my spec sheet, and we've got everything pretty much right in the middle. But this particular car, we have to run 37 kilograms of ballast. And I've put that all the way to the back, which didn't really make much difference. I think it may added like 2 points. But it still gives us a 6139 weight split. The power restrictor I had to max out and then drop this one down to 96. So that got us at the 253. And then 250 on the top speed. And then we're going to adjust this one up. It's only one. Actually, this is a big one. So we're going to put more to the back on this one. Again, front-wheel drive car, you want to get as much work off of those front wheels as you can. And that is your Civic Type R 2020, the FK8. Next car up is basically another version of the GR Corolla, but it's GR Yaris. It's the same drivetrain. It's the 3-cylinder twin turbo, or I guess it's not. I don't know if they're a twin turbo or not, but I do know they have 3 separate individual exhausts that run all the way from the back, from the front to the back. So again, we're going to start this car. This car is already, the GR Yaris is already a wide car, but you do have to add the wide body. I was surprised when I saw that because it gets even wider. You can see how far that rear quarter sticks out. It actually added quite a bit. I was really surprised when I built this car that it added, because this car looks like it's already got wheels sticking out of the body. Then the car customization, again, like I said, my default thing, if I can't figure out what I like, I go to the BBS FS. That's my favorite wheel. And then we're going to add the smallest we can add, closest to 17, wide, and install those. And you can see that's what we had on there. So that is our basic build on the GR Yaris, and now pretty much everything on this car is similar to the Maurizio GR Corolla, except this car was a little bit lighter because it's a Yaris, which we don't get here in the United States, by the way. So I think we only had to add 1 weight reduction on this one. Weight reduction stage 1, power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission, increased body rigidity, racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, and again, this all-wheel drive car, so torque vectoring center differential, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, again, that's a requirement this year, not an option, and then our tires. So again, I always buy the mediums last because then the car will be default set up on those mediums. So there's the settings, and there's our parts, and now we'll go to our settings. And again, this car suffers, you see the GR Corolla has a higher rating because we're adding weight to a car that its advantage is less weight. So again, everything's set 10 off the bump stop. We've set everything else in the middle. This particular one needed 109 ballast, and again, that's what drives the PP points down. The car would still probably be pretty drivable, because again, it's the same drivetrain, the same thing. You can adjust your ballast. It might be a better choice than the GR Corolla, because by moving that ballast to the back, you can balance it out a little better. And your power restrictor's on 79 on this one. This one, 25 on the aero on the front, and 100 on the rear. That gives you right about the middle, roughly. Not quite exact, but... And just to review, we just need a 1 weight reduction on this car. So this one suffers a little bit because of that added weight, but I think in reality, it might be a better driving car. And again, we're dealing with the same horsepower, so the same engine, same weight. So it's how you can adjust that. This might be a better car to drive than the GR Corolla, and it does have a shorter wheelbase, so you got that to consider as well. So you'd have to decide what you wanted to do there. Again, very similar cars, but you can see the power. I think because this is a Maritza, it already has a little bit more power than the GR Yaris. But you understand there that those two cars are very, very, very similar. Okay, so now we've gotten through our 2020s. Now we're into 2019, and this is the one I brought up earlier at the beginning of the video. This is the 2JZ powered Supra. So again, I'm going to hit the settings here. You can see right there in bright green, right here, 2JZ GTE Supra. This is the 2J GTE engine, famous engine from the Mark IV Toyota Supra that has been swapped into the Mark V A90, 2019 Supra. So let's go build this car. So this one has one more step that we only have on one other car that I can think of off the top of my head, and that is the Cup Car Crown Cup Car, the racing Cup Car we make out of the Toyota Crown. So the first thing you want to do is do your engine swap. So that would be the first thing, and it is not cheap. If you're going to drive this car, you're going to spend the money on it, because it's a 500,000 credit install to put that in. And then the wide body is it's fairly pricey on this car, regardless, whichever way you build it. So that's the first two steps. Again, this is going to be one of the Enigma cars that's not going to be the same as everyone else. Now I did put the Volk Racing edges on this car because I like having the color accent on there, which I've started to grow on me. So I've been adding that to a bunch of them. And again, I want to go as small as we can, as close to 17 inches we can. And we're going to install those, and you can see that's what we had on there. Now that'll clear out when we're done, because it's going to add the color. But that's the wheels and the tires and the cosmetic there. Custom parts as far as the front goes, we're going to use Type B splitter, Type B side skirt, Type B aero diffuser, and then the custom wing medium 22. Again, hood pin, tow hook, roll cage, and it still blows my mind that we can add a roll cage to this car, but not the Group 4 car. Light bulb, again, super cool. It's up to you, light bulb, whatever you want to run. I like the super cool because it's just like me, like I like to say. And then the caliper color, which I added blue because I got a lot of blue accent on this matte gray launch edition color. And that is it for the aero ads and our engine swap. Now the engine swap doesn't do exactly to us what it did on the Crown, because we technically are putting a racing motor in the Crown, and this is basically a stock 2JZ. So we got to add weight reduction stage 1. This is a fairly heavy car for as small as it is, but it is extremely stiff. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, and manual transmission. We got to add weight reduction stage 3 and increase body rigidity. Okay. We've got a turbocharged engine here, so we're going to add a racing intercooler, air filter muffler exhaust, racing brake pads and rotors, brake balance controller, fully customizable suspension, racing clutch and flywheel, and weight reduction stage 4. That is because we added the 2JZ in it. And the 2JZ is an iron block, 600 some odd pound monster. That's why we've got to add the extra weight reduction on this car. So I wanted to point that out as well. So racing hard, racing soft, and medium tires. Again, that's up to you. And then back to GT Auto, where we actually, no, we don't have to go to GT Auto. We got to go to our settings here. So again, we've set everything 10 up, everything in the middle. The biggest thing we got with our additional weight reduction, we have to add 15 kilograms of ballast. I shoved that to the back. We dropped our power restrictor down to 70 and our output adjustment to 92. And I set this one as close to the middle as I could here. We could actually probably go up to 100 on this one. I don't want to add too much. Oh, I know why I did that. Because of the settings. So that's the reason I set those where they were, is so it stayed under the 615. I was keeping this under the 615, no problem. I've already decided to set the 616 as how I'm going to set the room when we set a room. So you'll need to keep the cars under 616. But this car slots in nicely and it tops it off, so it might be a good car to choose. It's one I'm considering running myself. And that's the reason I did the 2J swap, was trying to get this this generation of Supra into the spec. And this barely got it in there, but it got it in there pretty decently with the engine tuning, because we were able to just knock 8 points off the full output. So that is your 2JZ swapped GR Supra RZ 19, and that is the only way I'm allowing the GR Supra in this, is the swap. So I suppose, and I didn't build it that way, so start with the 19 if you're going to build one. You might be able to use the newer Supra if you do the 2J swap, but I'm not going to build two of them. I'm building this one and that's it. So I would go this route, plus you get the Launch Edition interior, which is much nicer than the standard interior. So that is our 2JZ Supra. And again, one of the few exceptions, the only engine swap I'm allowing so far. And that brings us to our Mazda, the 2019 Mazda 3 hatch. One of the better looking cars on the road today, in my opinion, especially in that 46V Soul Red Crystal. This car required quite a bit of modification because the engine is a naturally aspirated on this particular car that they put in the game. But as usual, we came over here and we started off with the wide body. Okay, that's the first step. Wheels, again, like I said, the same thing. I will always default to the if we can run 17s, run 17s. Again, that's what we had on there. You can tell by looking at it. In standard, we don't get the offset change on this particular car. You see that didn't change anything. Custom parts front, Type A splitter, Type A ground effects, Type A rear bumper diffuser, and then this is one of the ones that requires the Type B wing because there's no medium 22 available. Again, this is most hatches and it's pretty much the same as the medium 22. If you look at it, it's just designed for a hatch over being standing up on a sedan trunk lid. Again, same stuff. This is another one of the cars you can't get a roll cage for. Hood pins, and then again, I'm verifying all these cars by going through them. Type A rear only, caliper color. We went red on this one. And that is your cosmetic and aero build on the Mazda 3. Alright, so understeer engineering, tuning parts, we got to add weight reduction stage 1. This particular car, weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast, and then this car is requiring a lot of engine work. Bore up, high lift camshaft, high compression pistons, racing crankshaft, fully customizable computer as always, fully customizable LSD manual transmission and increased body rigidity. And then our standard spec parts, racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, racing pads and rotors, torque vectoring center differential because it is a all-wheel drive vehicle, racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Now settings for the Mazda 3. And this car drives really good. The GT4 version, I didn't realize the GT4 version was front-wheel drive until I raced it, and I won in it. So that was a pleasant surprise, and it was not too long after my dad passed. The first racing I did after he passed, I came in and managed to win one in a tribute livery for my dad. So that was pretty special for me to be able to do that on the final race of the night and win. As far as settings go here, this one again setting up my own sheet. We're going to put everything pretty much in the middle. This particular one needs 42 kilograms of ballast after the weight reductions, which we threw to the back. And then I set the downforce, you see, at 75, 125, just to get kind of right in the middle there of the front section of the aerodynamics. We don't want to drag these cars down too much. And then we set the power restrictor to 96 after all of our adds, and that got us to the 254. And then we're still just slightly, this one actually requires a lot more because it's pretty front heavy still. But definitely a good looking car, that's for sure. And should perform pretty well, I would think. Be an all-wheel drive, and some of this, these all-wheel drive cars have a really good advantage in some of the races in this series because we're going to be running some of these tracks that have these tight corners, and the all-wheel drive cars can launch. And with that limit to 255 horse, all-wheel drive can really put that stuff to the ground well. So just an idea there for anyone. So now we're going to move beyond 2019, and we're going to hit one of the other cars I added in recently here. There was another one up here. Let's see. Which one did we... Oh no, that was 94. Okay. I'm just going to go back through these in order. I want to make sure I'm going through year by year so you can find them easier. M2 Competition. This car took a little bit of work to build up. Actually, I didn't think it didn't end up being as bad as I thought it was going to be. This car started with quite a bit of power, but we were able to reduce it down quite well. Wide body, we installed the wide body. That's the first thing. Yes, I can. I already did. And again, the wheels, we got these wheels on here. And again, we're going to get as low as we can. 19's the best we can do. I think that was the big issue with this car. 19's the lowest we can go. Custom parts front, Type B splitter. Side, Type B side skirts. Rear, Type A diffuser. And wing, custom, Type 22. So that is basically it on this one. Again, hood pin, roll cage. Make sure you got the roll cage in there, tow hook, hood pins. These are race cars. We want them to look like race cars. Light bulbs, you can set them how you want. I'd like to see front plates gone, but if you got something you want to put on a front plate, that's fine to have it on there. And our caliper color we set after we put the brake pads on, or the brake kit on. So now we jump over to Tuning Shop. All right, weight reduction stage 1 in sports category. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast in the club sports. Fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission, plus your increased body rigidity. And then our standard racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Now let's go back to the garage for the settings. So again, we set our spec. We're 10 above the bump stops on all of these are even. We had to add 10 kilograms of ballast after our weight reductions, which again I put to the back. And then we went full max on our power restrictor and almost maxed on the output adjustment. So that's why this one was a little bit more, because this engine started off quite a bit and the mods added a lot. So we had to really reduce it down. This is why I've decided to just add weight on these cars instead of doing power restrictor and weight. So again, we're at 100, 200 on the settings, just to be, like I said, as close to the middle and be an even number as possible. And we got a decent weight split here, so we're going to leave that one at 1. And that is your M2 competition. That should be a pretty competitive car, even though the PP level doesn't break 600. And the reason I say that is because these cars are well balanced. So just to give you an idea there, it may be a good car to use, even though the performance points might not show that. So, alright, so now we're into our Alpine. This is actually one of my favorite cars here on this game, believe it or not. I love this car. I love the looks of it. I really think this is what the MR2 should have looked like when the 3rd generation came out and not be a little convertible thing. So again, we start off and the first thing we do is add the wide body. So that's step 1. Then cosmetics, wheels. Again, my default wheel, BBSFS. If I can get 17s, we're going to put them on there, and that's what we had on there. So there you go. There's your wheels and tires. Front, Type A splitter. Side skirts, Type A. Again, this bumper already has a diffuser on it. Wing, custom wing set, medium, 22. Racing items, again, we'd like to see them. This is another one of the cars we can't add a roll cage to. Light bulb, super cool. License plate rear and caliper color. We added blue to match the car and accents here. So that is the cosmetic portion and the aerodynamic portion. So now we're going to go over to the tuning shop. And again, this Alpine, this is a really well-balanced car and it drives good, even in stock form. Doesn't require a lot of mod to get to the spec, so this is another good car, even though the PP level may not show it. We didn't have to add any weight reduction because this car was already light. But we need our power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission. Increased body rigidity. This is a turbocharged car. So we need intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and rotors, suspension, clutch and flywheel, brake balance controller, and our tires. Biggest thing that drops the PP on this car is the fact that we have to add ballast to it. So we had to add quite a bit of ballast to get it up to spec. I did put that towards the front, which gave us a 50-50 weight balance. And then we went down to 82 on the power restrictor. Yeah, we couldn't quite put 83 in there. That's why we went to 82. And again, this is 587.25. Seems a little low for this car. I don't know if we dropped some. Let's see if we drop some. Take this to 60. I actually dropped us down. Let's try the rear. Yeah, that didn't help any, did it? That must have been why I went to 175. So that gives us 587.25. Again, I think this car would be competitive. We don't need any ballast right now, or any brake balance. So, If that seems to be a problem, we might be able to add something to the engine and reduce the power down more. If somebody wants to drive this, we can experiment with that to try to get a little bit more, maybe get a little bit more torque out of it by adding maybe a stroke up, because it's only a 1.8 liter. So if we can add a little bit of displacement to it, it might help the PP level, even though we don't change the overall power of the engine, the horsepower. So just an idea. If somebody wants to drive that, reach out to me and we'll work on balancing that out. All right, on to the next one. And this is one of the last cars I built because I didn't realize I missed this. Like 3 times through Brand Central, I missed this car. So this is the RCZ, the Peugeot RCZ. And as always, we start off in GT Auto. And we add the wide body. Okay, so we can see we've done that. I tried to keep these wheels as stock looking as possible, and I thought I had a wheel that looked very similar to the stock ones, which these kind of do. And again, we're going to go as close to 17 as we can, wide, wide. And we can go right on 17 on this one, and you can see that's what was on there. Custom parts, front, Type A splitter, Type A side skirts. This bumper already has a diffuser on it, so we're going to go custom wing set medium 22. You can see we got that on there already. Racing items, hood pins, tow hook, roll cage. Again, another car doesn't get a roll cage. Most of the cars do. It's funny to run through several of them in a row that don't. All right, back to settings. And again, this car usually performs pretty well, running like Group 4 and that. So I think somebody would probably have pretty good luck with this car if they wanted to run it. And again, I've set everything in the middle here. It's all-wheel drive? No, front engine, front drive. Huh. It's weird that it actually gives you a torque set differential. That's really strange. But anyway, we've got our arrow set in the middle. Our ballast at 55, and again, that's going to drop the PP on this car a little bit. But we did move it to the rear to balance it out, and we only had to drop 2 on the power restrictor. That gets us a 255 horse. So you can see we're a pretty good split on this car. $597.31, and again, these lighter cars are really hyper affected on the performance points by weight added to them. So this particular car with the weight and the reduction dropped down, but I think it would be pretty good racy car. So that wraps up 2015. So now we're getting, no, that was 2015. Now we're still in 2015. So this is the Ford Focus ST. Not the RS, because the RS doesn't fit in the category. So this is the front-wheel drive, front-engine version of the Focus, where the RS is the all-wheel drive version. So we're going to do just like we did with all the other cars, and we're going to start off here with the wide-body install. We're going to do our tires, and again, 17-inch if you can. Wide, wide. And that's exactly what was on there. Front engine Type A. Or front splitter Type A. Side skirts Type A. Again, most Fords have a diffuser on the rear bumper, most of their sport cars. So no add there, but then the wing is Type A, and again, that's as close as we can get to the medium 22. It's very similar looking. Even if you look at it, it still looks similar. So that's all we can add to this car. It gives you some good downforce. So that's what we've got for spec. And that is our aero spec. Don't forget about our hood pin, tow hook, and again, another car you can't add roll cage. It seems kind of weird because it's like I've run across all the cars you can't do a roll cage in here right away. Again, caliper color you can add in back in after you get back from doing your performance mods. So tuning shop on this particular car, pretty simple because this engine's pretty good, but it was kind of heavy. Weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, and manual transmission, plus our increase in body rigidity. It is a turbocharged car, so we're going to need a racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, racing brake pads and rotors, balance controller, suspension, racing clutch and flywheel, and our tires. Now on to the settings. So, settings. Again, everything's set as close to the middle as we can on this. This one lost a little performance points because of the ballast we had to add. We did put that to the back, which helped our weight balance out considerably. 82 on the power restrictor. So again, another lightweight car. Probably perform very well, I would think. And it's going to be pretty well able to handle, I would think. You got the LSD and everything, and putting that ballast to the back, having that much ballast and putting it to the back is going to help balance out considerably over what it would have been without it. So we're going to add 1 on the brake balance here. That doesn't make any difference on the performance points, but just something I'm doing as I go through these. So that is your Ford Focus ST. Next car up on the list, now we're getting into 2014, and this is going to be very similar to any of the other Subaru's years. That I think there's an 04 you can build, and that's why I did not build those. The WRX STI 2014, this is the most recent edition. So this one would have the most horsepower and the most, probably be the most powerful, most highest PP car to start. So we're going to start off with our wide body, okay, as you can see. Now this particular one, I went with a little different wheel because I like the gold wheels on Subarus. It's just something that seems to be kind of a standout with Subaru. So I added those RIAs, and again, 17 wide. You can see that's what was on there. Custom parts, front, Type A, side skirt, Type A. Rear diffuser style. It doesn't add much. It just adds a little strafes on the side, but whatever. The wing again is a medium 22. So that is that. Your hood, pen, tow hook, roll cage, all that stuff. Light bulbs. You can set those where you want. Again, I'd like to see the Type A, and the reason is because I'm going to have a tag and decals for the for the license for the back of these HSSSR cars, just as a promo. I need to check something. That didn't seem like that did right. We'll check it when it spins around. Okay, so tuning shop on this particular vehicle. Weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, increased body rigidity, all of our standard stuff. Intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, brake pads and rotors. Don't forget your torque vectoring center differential on all-wheel drives. Racing clutch and flywheel. Fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And again, I always choose the mediums last because that is the spec tire. So now we got to set this car up, and again, another car that its performance points are dropped because we had to add weight to it. So again, everything I set in the middle on all of this. Set our torque vector at 4060. It's kind of just what I've been doing. Set our downforce in the middle. We had to add 34 kilograms of ballast and then add that to the rear. Balances the car out a little better. And we had to take this one right to the max on the power restrictor, and that got us right where we needed to be. So we didn't have to get to the output. And that is pretty much where we needed to be on that car. So that is your WRX STI Type S, the 14 version. And again, we only had 2 weight reductions on this one. We will build a 99 one here coming up soon. So, but there's an 04 and I think one other one you can buy in between as well. So they would be an almost identical build on these. So the next 14 model car is the TTS Coupe. So this one is the newest version, and I did not build the 09 version because I only bought one, and I don't want to get stuck not having it if a challenge pops up. So I didn't build that, but it would be almost an identical build because they're all-wheel drive and whatnot. Whoops, sorry. I got too ahead of myself there. Got to drop one down, then hit the button. So again, just like all the cars, we add the wide body first. We do our wheels. And again, I'm going through all these wheels so you can see what the options is and so I know. So 17 wide, wide. And you can see that's what was on there. Custom parts, front type A, side type A, rear again is already on the bumper. Custom wing set, again, that's medium 22. There we go. Racing items, no roll cage again. Maybe I was wrong on the roll cage thing. I swear I was able to add roll cage on most of these cars, but... So that's the cosmetic build here on the TTS. And again, this was one that was pushing the limits initially, I thought, and then I started adjusting. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's fine. Because once you put the ballast in it, it kind of balances out back out. So in the tuning shop, weight reduction stage 1, power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, our increased body rigidity, our racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and rotors, suspension, clutch and flywheel, balance controller, and our tires. And don't forget, all-wheel drive car this year required, torque vectoring center differential. So... pretty simple. Like I said, all of these cars are basically the same. The biggest thing is getting these spec right here when we go to do the settings. Because you could get a car that you could easily put soft tires on that could really perform well. It's finding that balance out of what you want to do. So we're at 24 on the ballast. And again, I put that all to the back as a front heavy car. And then we're fully restricted on the power restrictor to 70, and then 97 on the output adjustment. That gets us to 253. And then Zippy ran this car and ran very, very well with it. So I would say this would be a good competitive car to run. And again, that's your TTS Coupe 2014. You can build the 09. Just let me know, and I'll work with you on that. I think somebody had inquired with me about that right before I got sick. So if whoever's watching this, if you still want to do the 09, let me know and I will build that. Hoping it pops back up in the used cars again. So change car, we're on to the next one, and now we're getting into some of the odd ducks. So this is the 208 GTI by Peugeot Sport. And again, I think this car and the Citroen are basically the same, just laid out a little different. So again, we add our wide body. It looks pretty cool in these little cars because they're already just kind of boxy to begin with. Not boxy, but like econo boxes, I guess you'd say. And then our wheels, we're going to, like I said, I always default to the BBSFS wheels. So we're going to do our wides, 17-inch, where we can. Front type A splitter. Side type A, rear not showing, and then the rear wing. And again, this is one of the ones where it's similar to the medium 22, but it's just hanging from a hatch, so they don't call it the same thing because it's an underhang. So that's type A on this one. All right, so we can see that this one, the PP level is at 575.48, which is a little lower than what we've been seeing on a lot of these cars. And the reason is, again, this is a lightweight car that we have to add weight to get to spec. So the first thing we're gonna buy in here on this one is the power restrictor and ballast, then our computer, then our LSD manual transmission and increased body rigidity, our racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, and exhaust, racing pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And there's nothing I'm building these cars that's going to be in the Extreme or Ultimate. So when we go to do our settings for this car, this is where this car drops its performance points down, because we have to add quite a bit of ballast to this car, 70 on a car that's already got lightweight as its main advantage on a 1.6 liter displacement car. So with what we added to it, we don't have to do anything to the engine. So you're going to get full engine power, full engine output. But with that ballast in there, it's what drags the performance points down. I don't know how this car would do, and we may end up with some special categories where we run hatchbacks only and things like that. So that's why I'm opening up so many different cars and speccing them out, because as I mentioned about the vintage cars, like pre-1980 cars, we may run some hatch-only races, we may run some front-wheel drive-only races, all-wheel drive only, rear-wheel drive only. The HSSSR cars are just a spec that we can build different types of race cars into to run different types of races. So that's something this car brings to mind about, because these cars are going to struggle a little bit against some of your other competition. So again, we're going to have a main car that everybody can have and use so many times, and then we're going to have cars that are alternates, what I'm calling them, alternates. So here's another one. This is another hatchback car. This is one Keith had questioned me about earlier. This is the AMG A45. And again, we start this thing off with as an AMG A45 out of the, I think it's out of the AMG section where you buy it. And then wide body right there. Install that. Wheels, this one I put a little different wheels on because these were similar to what it had from the factory, and we got as low as we could with 18s wide. I think it came out pretty good, and that's actually a Mercedes color I used on this thing. It's pretty cool. I did test this car a little bit. The Type A splitter, Type A side skirts, rear bumper already has a diffuser because it's an AMG, and the Type A underhung rear spoiler. Racing items get a hood pin, tow hook, another no roll cage car. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm finding myself to be wrong, but I thought most of these cars I had noted had and I did like this tile grill better than this one, but you can do whatever you want on that. And then caliper color, I added this one into red just because this is a pretty light aspect car. I like the black roof, and then I added a black hood with a Mercedes color, and I thought that kind of went over the top very well with the black roof and the black spoiler and the black arrow ads. So this is a good looking car. I really like the looks of this thing. And this is one of the old, before I actually started adding the KingPittdawg Racing on the license plate. So everything you would need to modify when we decide to modify and go full on these cars as far as the livery package, you can do your own liveries, but I want to have some of our stuff on them. So we'll get through that. So 2025, I want this looking like a spec series. So this year we'll be adding them in, figuring out what cars everybody likes, how we're going to use them, that kind of stuff. So again, this car is already an AMG, so it didn't need a lot of modification. So again, as we get farther and farther into these cars, I'm going to go faster and faster through these. So this one's weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD and manual, increased rigidity. Our basic adds, intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And again, check that out because I keep skipping over it. The torque vectoring center differential is something for the all-wheel drive cars. I am requiring that this year. And I keep forgetting about it because I don't see these all-wheel drive cars that often when we're going through these. So torque vectoring center differential is a requirement this year on all-wheel drives. It was optional last year. Trust me, you'll like it. You can adjust depending on the track. You'll definitely want that. So settings on this car, and again, another car that's relatively lightweight. After we reduced it, we did have to have 26 kilograms of ballast and move that all the way to the back. So you see I balanced everything else out, and then we had to go full max on our power restrictor and 86 on the output adjustment. That's where the PP gets hurt on this car. I think it would still perform very well. It did. You're gonna have to play around with your top gearing. This car has 7 manual speeds, so you would definitely want. I had this set at 250, and that's how I tested it at Daytona. I'd probably set that at maybe 220 at Daytona, and again, that's going to be different for different tracks because you won't probably use 7th gear very often. But if you spin that sucker down to the bottom here at Daytona, you're gonna get the best performance. So I tested it and was about a second off of the Supra with the 2J, and that was I ran about 5 laps of car, I think, just to try to see what I could do. So, and the Cayman I was slower than that because it was so underpowered. Cayman I could barely break 2 minutes, I think, if I remember right. All right, so that's our AMG, and Keith I know was interested in that one. So down to the next one, and that is one that I somehow missed earlier on in my building process. And that is the Genesis Coupe. And I know this car was really competitive in GT Sport. It's kind of been forgotten here in GT7. So this might be a sleeper car to drive in the series here. So we start off with our wide body. And then we go into our GT Auto. And go to our wheels. And again, the reason I'm going through all of these is so you guys see what option you need to run. So again, 17 if it's available, run it. And there's that. Okay, so that's what we had on there. It'll correct it when I go through because it's already got a paint color on the car, but I changed the wheels, so when I change screens, it'll correct that. Again, custom parts on this front, type B, which is your splitter type, side skirts, type B on this one. Again, the rear bumper already has a diffuser on these. Custom wing, medium 22. And then our racing items, hood, pin, tow hook. Another one we can't do a roll cage. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought most of the cars had roll cages. That seems really strange that I've been through all these cars tonight, and most of them we can't add a roll cage to. So, other parts, again, light bulb, super cool, license plate, rear only, and caliper color. So we did this one just the standard Brembo red. That's how it defaults. And then, yes, that is Hyundai in blue on the car. Hyundai in racing or whatever it is. Blue. It's kind of a periwinkle light color. Purplish, pinkish, bluish. I don't know what you'd call it. My first thought is periwinkle. So, okay, so on the Genesis Coupe here, we're going to add weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, our restrictor and ballast as always, our computer, LSD, and manual trans. Don't forget about that increased body rigidity. And then this is a naturally aspirated car, so we're going to go racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Again, this is a front engine rear drive car, naturally aspirated, so this one would be another car that would be up my category. I like driving the naturally aspirated front engine rear drive cars. But let's go into the settings and see where you might be able to have an advantage. So if we look at the settings on this car, again, another one that has good displacement, decent torque. I've set everything again in the center here. This one requires us to fully restrict it to 70 and then take 5 away on the output adjustment. So I think that's where the performance points on this drop below 600, just because we had to restrict it so much. But again, you're looking at a car that's probably going to be really stable, drive well. Ballast I put at 25 to get to the 2,800 pounds, and I move that all the way to the back. And that gives us a pretty decent 56-44 weight split. So that's a pretty decent model for a front engine rear drive, because you want that weight to transfer to the back, more or less, with our front engine rear drive. All right, that's your Hyundai Genesis Coupe 2013. Now, another car which people may question, but yes, it qualifies. I almost went to the wrong one, even for the fact that it qualifies. This is the HSSSR Crown, and it is basically the same exact build, except for a couple of things, as the Crown Cup car. So the most important thing that separates this from the Crown Cup car is we're keeping that original V6 engine in this car. Where if it's a Crown Cup car, we got to do an engine swap, and you can see that's $500,000 to get that engine swap. So the only thing we're doing on this this HSSR is the wide body. And again, everything's exactly the same except the tires. And again, this one we're putting on the Volk Racing G25 Edge. We're going to put the 17s on, which it already had. And then there's your wheels. Custom parts, again, exactly the same as the Cup car. Type B, Type B, Type A, medium 22. So basically, you can't swap the engine back out, but you could have two identical cars, figure out how they drive well, and set them up that way. So racing items, hood pin, again, tow hook, roll cage, and the roll cage. Light bulbs, license plate. I left this one on as standard because if you do this, it still has a plate up there, so it doesn't matter. So the caliper color made blue because we basically have, this is a Sonic Titanium 1J7, which is the color I'm going to paint my Supra. Does not show up in this game very well because it's the color of my mother's RX 450h hybrid Lexus, and this does not do it justice. That color will flip from looking silver to looking charcoal, and this just doesn't cut it. You can kind of see it if you look at the edges, but it doesn't do it justice. It looks better in here at night than it does during the day, but they don't do a very good job with that color. They do a really good job with like the Soul Red Crystal and some of these other colors I've seen in here that I've dealt with in my business and working in the auto body field. So that car is basically, like I said, the same exact build through all the aero stuff, all of that, except the wheels are spec on the Cup cars. And then that engine swap you'd have to do to make that Crown into a V8. So, in here, again, we're at about the same weight. So, weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, and then when you put the V8 in it, the lowest you can get this car is to 2804. So, it makes a difference. Power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer. LSD and manual transmission. Now the Cup car is going to have a fully customizable racing transmission. Increased body rigidity. And then again, oh wait, that's right, we needed another weight reduction. And then racing air filter, muffler, exhaust. Again, this is still a naturally aspirated V6. Racing brake pads and rotors. And again, that rotors are different, or brake kit, I guess, is different than the carbon that we use on the Cup car. So that's why I'm pointing out these differences if you're building a Cup car over this the HSSR car. So again, this rear-wheel drive car, so we're going to have racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, which for some reason I didn't buy. That's why I'm going through these cars. and then your tires. So as you can see, there's nothing on the extreme, which in the Cup car you would buy the carbon ceramic brake kit instead of the racing brake kit here. But for the hissers, we're using the racing brake kit. So a little cheaper, a lot cheaper actually to build in this form because of the fact that we're not doing that $500,000 credit engine swap. As far as settings go on this car, again, we've set all of this stuff in the middle. We've set these as close to the middle at an even number, I guess you would say, breakdown, a number I can break down between front and rear. We're adding 49 kilograms on the ballast on this car. Again, this V6 is a lot lighter than the SC430 V8, so we can get this car down to the 2,800 pounds. Again, the Cup car is 2,804 pounds. That's the lowest we can go with it. Ballast, again, we set that to the rear, and we got a 50-50 weight distribution. And then our power restrictor is at 72 on this one. It's a really simple adjustment on this car. And again, all three weight reductions in the rigidity are really our only adds beyond our bolt-on parts. So that is our Crown Athlete hisser. Next car up. We're going to skip over the CSL until we get down into the 70s cars. Now that one came up, so I bought it last week and built it. Now this is one of the other cars that was in our series and did very well, and this would probably be a good car to run. And I will go over this one. This is the RX-8 Spirit R. And again, these cars that push the limits, the only issue you're going to have is you're never going to be able to run soft tires on them. So if you wanted to try to do that, have that issue where you had an issue and go in and put softs on to get that bonus point, try to get that fast lap bonus, you wouldn't be able to do that with these cars. So this one again, wide body installed, as you can see, really kicks the already flared fenders out on this car. This car looks really tough going down the road in hisser form. And again, our wheels, 17 wide. You can see that's what was on it. Custom parts, the front, you can see this car's already got side skirts. So the front is the Type B splitter. The side skirts are already on there. The rear, we add the diffuser. And then the wing, medium 22. Very simple. Racing items, Type A, tow hook, and a roll cage, which we've got the full roll cage in this car. Other parts, again, I'm just going through these to verify. Type A rear only, and the caliper color we added in on this one, the gray to go with the carbon on this car. Again, you can do these liveries however you want. There are going to be some things I'm going to ask to try to work on getting on your liveries through this year. If anybody wants help with these liveries, let me know. I love making liveries, so I will make you a full livery if you want. But it's going to have some of my stuff on it to promote the series, and then you let me know what else you might want on it, or if you want me to just get you the decals, I can share those decals, because Makoto has graciously gone through and spent some time getting us these decals so we can make things easier to add in. So that is the basic setup on our RX-8 Spirit R. Now we've got to go in here. And again, this is one of our Winter Sprint Series cars from last year that we based the hisser cars on. So this is usually, these do pretty well. And again, we've set everything 10 off the bump stop and evened out everything I could in here. Got these as close to the center and a breakdownable number as possible. We're at 55 on the ballast on this one, and this car is a 50-50 weight split, so we're going to leave it right in the middle. And put 94 on our power restrictor, and that gives us our 251 horse. And again, I've set all of these just for spec at 250, and you can set that where you want, but you cannot set individual gears. I will keep repeating that because I know some guys like to do that, and they're not going to like that, but we got to try to make a BOP on this. I can't have people dissecting these cars. And one more time, just to repeat myself, this is not about making your car faster. This is about making a car that fits it within specs that you can drive faster. Okay, so that's why there's so many of these cars, is I want everybody to be on equal playing field with their cars, and every car is going to have some pluses and minuses. Find one you like to drive and drive fast in that car, basically. Like I said, it's not about making the car. The reason these cars are so spec'd out is because I want people to find a car they like driving and learn how to drive it fast. So again, this is the DS Automobiles, which is basically Citroen's performance division. And this is a very similar car to the Peugeot. I think this car actually is lighter normally, so this one takes a little bit more of a hit on the PP level. So first things first, we add the wide body. Again, where you can, 17-inch tires. Tires and wheels, and you can see that's what we had on there. Now, all these cars should be set, but I'm going through them just to make sure they're all set right. I want to make sure everything's set when I start testing. So, Type A, front splitter. Type A, side skirts. The rear bumper already has a diffuser. And Type A, underswung wing there, which again is very similar to the Medium 22 anyway, but gives us the max downforce adjustment we can put on these cars. Racing items, hood pin, yes. Tow hook, yes. And roll cage, again, another car we can't put a roll cage in. Light bulb, license plate rear only, and caliper color. I did gray on this to match the color of the car. And that is our ads so far. I like the color combination on this, so I didn't change anything on this car. Some of these cars I've changed colors, put different factory color on and things like that. You can probably figure that out when you're going through it, which ones they are, but a lot of these, I like these special factory themes. I didn't change those. Just added our decals to them. So this one didn't need any sort of weight reduction, but it does need power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, our increased body rigidity, which is standard on all hissers. It is a turbo, so we need intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And again, settings are the most important stuff on these cars, but again, everything's set 10 off the bump stops, and we've evened everything else out. But this one, the reason it takes a hit in the PP is because it needs 105 kilograms of ballast, and even though I move that all the way to the back, and we can keep the performance at 100 to get the 251 horse, we still take a hit on the PP because of the weight. So unfortunately, that's going to be the main drawback of this car, is that it's going to already have almost a weight penalty to it. So I think this is the car with the highest weight advantage up to this point, weight disadvantage up to this point. That we've touched on. It's 105 on the kilograms. So on to the next one, and that is a car that actually levels out pretty well, and that is the Megane RS Trophy 11, 2011 model. And I like these Reynolds. I tend to like Reynolds. I won't drive them because of the fact that I don't like the GT. I don't like the GT3 version. I don't like the RS01. It's the only car I don't like of theirs. But I do like especially the Trophy, running the GT4 Trophy. If you run an individual event, I like driving that car. So again, we're going to start off this car just like we do all the other ones. We're going to go to wide body and add that. And then we're going to go in here to car customization and do our wheels. And again, my default wheel, like I said, BBSFS if I can't make a decision. And 17-inch if they're possible, or closest to it. Again, I'm going to beat that into everybody's brain. I should never have that question. Can I run 18s? Does it have 17s? Yes, then you run 17s. It's that simple. Hood pin, tow hook, and the other car without a roll cage. And caliper color, I put the yellow to match the Renault color. And that is it for our cosmetic and aero upgrades on the Megane. I think it's pronounced Megane. I've had people tell me different things, so Megane, Megane. I don't know. We don't use that symbol in the English language, so I don't know what it actually means in the French language. But if someone wants to correct me that, let me know. Regardless, I like driving it. Weight reduction stage 1. Power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, our increased body rigidity, which again, once again is a requirement this year. This is a turbocharged car, so we need our intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Again, nothing on these HSSR cars beyond racing, unless I state otherwise. Settings-wise, again, this car doesn't get penalized too much, so it balances out pretty well. 22 on the ballast, which I split up between the front and the rear about three-fifths of the way to the rear. Help balance the car out. 79 on the restrictor. Alright, let's keep going. I will get through this whole list. Our Scirocco. This is one of the cars that comes up pretty high on the performance points because it doesn't have a lot of restrictions. So it fits nicely into that category that we're running after. So wide body is first, as always. And the reason I'm going through all this, people, anybody who's watching the whole video, is because if I'm going to try to timestamp every one of these cars so you can find them. So I'm going through everything so you can just start there and go, okay, this is what I need to do. Pause, stop, pause. So I probably should have explained that up front, but again, I'm not completely pain-free right now today. So this car does not, because this car is already, it doesn't allow adding wide, because it already has a wide stance on it. So we're just going to add 18 standard on the tires on this one. But you can see these already are wide. So I don't think there's an option because it's a Scirocco R. And that makes sense. Front, Type A splitter, gives you a little bit more downforce. Type A side skirts. Type A rear diffuser. And the Type A underswung or underhung rear wing. Custom wing. Racing items, hood pin, tow hooks, and again, no roll cage on this car. And our other parts, light bulbs, like I said, I'm going through this. And caliper color, we added the red in to give it a little bit of an accent. And that is our Scirocco build as far as the cosmetics and aero. I wish I didn't, I think it's because from changing the tires, even though I'm not actually changing the tires. They're pretty much all been set correctly, but I still, for some reason, still has to apply them. So, tuning shop. Weight reduction stage 1. Power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer. LSD manual. Increased body rigidity. It is a turbocharged car, so we're going to need intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and tires. And again, those watching this that are doing this specific car, I am buzzing through this faster as we go through these, so you can start from the beginning if you want to watch me build one of these cars. If you're just watching the build on this. So again, we only had to add the one weight reduction on this car. And then we just have to add 1 kilogram of ballast to get it to the mark. So that's why this car retains its performance point so well, because it was right in that sweet spot as far as the power goes. So again, I set everything in the middle on all of these, and those who don't know, setting the arrow in the middle is close to a number we can break down as we can. Like these both break down by 25. And then power restrictor at 82, and that is your settings, and that's why this car, it also maxes the horsepower out. So 255 horse, so this car should be pretty competitive, but you need to remember it's front wheel drive, so you're probably going to burn up the front tires on it. That's just a problem with front wheel drive cars you're going to have in real racing, so you're going to have to deal with that. Alright, so again, the Me Too, again, this is the most modified car before I built the Willys Jeep. This was the most modified car we've got in the list, and I ran this car in some challenges unrestricted, and it actually drove pretty darn good. Actually, the point where I drove it in some underpowered challenges. But again, just like all these, we're going to start off with the wide body. We're going to go to car customization here and then go to our wheels. Our wheels, again, like I said, 17-inch. If we can do it, that's what we want. Wide if we can do it. Otherwise, as close to that as possible. 17-inch wide. Okay, you can see that nothing changed there. Type A front splitter, give you a little bit more downforce. Type A side skirt, give you a little bit more stability. And then our Type A underswung wing, again, we want as much adjustability into these cars as possible. You can see the set screws on these where you could adjust them. So that's where this one stands as far as the cosmetic stuff. Again, another car we can't add your roll cage to. And then the light bulbs, like I said, get them as bright as you can because we will be running some night races. And we can add our caliper color after we put in the racing brake pad kit, or racing brake kit. I keep calling them rotors because basically it's not just pads and rotors, it's actually the calipers too. So I need to correct myself there. I've been kind of doing that wrong. So again, this car requires no reductions in weight, but we do have to add a bore-up, high-lift camshaft, racing crankshaft, fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission and increased body rigidity, engine balance tuning, polished ports, racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pretty standard stuff. All these adds up here are because this engine was pretty small. It's 1.4 liters, so we're trying to get 255 horse out of it. Racing pads and kit, I'll start saying that correctly from now on. Brake balance controller, fully customizable suspension, clutch and flywheel, and our tires. So, settings on this car, and again, this is where this car takes a dive in the performance points category. Because it is already a light car, we have to add 125. This is the highest spec I have on ballast. So, one thing I do want to check while I'm in here. Okay, so I could do 150. Okay. 193, yes, okay. So I could still... It's 125, right? Yes. Okay, so this opens up the fact that of me adding in weight on these cars into the season. So we're going to explore that as the season goes on. We're not making it something that I've got it written in stone at this point. But, again, with all that, even adding that to the back, pushing it all the way to the back, try to balance the car out, we still end up having to restrict it after we added all that power to 96, and that again kind of kills the performance points of this car. So unless we had a hot hatch race, you know, at something tight like Scuba or something, I don't know if this car is going to be competitive. I'm just being straight up with it, just because we've had to add so much weight to it. Just to give you guys an idea there. Now somebody maybe will get in that car and fly with it, but I'm just telling you where we're at with it and what I know about it. So, now that we've gotten through, that was 2008, we're going to go 2007, and again, this is another car that pushes the limits. And this is the Z. This one is the 350Z. This is Z33. So first thing, again, we're going to do on this is add that wide body. Okay. So again, this is a 350Z. The 370Z I could not get in spec. So at this point, 350Z, the Z33 is the one I could do, and the other one I could not. So there's that one. Oh, it's already there. Yes, that is a Nissan color. Car customization. So the first thing you do, again, wide body. For those who are just jumping to this part of the wide body, and then we're going to add our wheels. This one particular one, I added in the RIAs. We went to 17 wide. And they will change back to the color when it saves it, just so you can see it up there in the top. Custom parts front, Type B splitter, and that's going to be painted on this car, which is different from a lot of them. Same thing with the side skirts, Type B. Rear, Type B splitter, diffuser, and the medium 22 custom wing set. Medium 22. Alright, and again, this is another car that pushes the limits of the PP level, so you will not be able to run soft tires in this car. So when we go into the tuning shop on this car, we're adding weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission, increased body rigidity. This is an NA car, so racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust, racing pads and kit, racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and tires. Again, you don't have to buy softs on this one because it's not going to fit under the room spec. Okay? Because the room spec's going to be 616 on the performance points when we run these cars by themselves. So back to the garage for our settings, and again, this is paramount on this vehicle. This is the same VQ engine that's in my Infiniti, by the way. So car settings, medium tires. Again, everything's set with medium tires. Everything's been put in the middle. We're going to be at 42 kilograms on the ballast. I didn't move it all the way back on this one to try to save the performance points. I'm speccing these cars under 615, even though I'm going to give you a 616 in the room. And then 71 on the power restrictor. So that's dropping us down after our bolt-on adds. So pretty well balanced car by putting that ballast where you can. But I think what happened when I put it up to 50, it took it over it took it over 615. So I went down to 44. And that gives us under 614. Probably, if you wanted to adjust something else, you could probably go down to like 33 here. It doesn't make a big difference. But that's where I spec'd it out, just to try to get the car in spec. And again, remember, weight reduction stage 1 and 2. 71 on the restrictor. So again, that is the Z33 version. That is the 350Z. 3.5 liter VQ engine. That is the one you can run in the HSSSR series. It's not the only Z you can run, though. There's more. You'll see it coming up later. Again, I've done these by year, those who didn't know. Next up car is the 05 Mini Cooper S. And this one is one exception. This is the only exception I've found, actually, besides the Willys Jeep. And I'll go through that here as we go through the add-ons on this car. Again, you're going to start this car just like every other car in the HECS series. That's our spec cars, and that's with a wide body. That's right there. We're going to go in here, and again, you can spec your wheel, and I need to be repeating myself, and I'm not, but we need to be at 17-inch wide. So that is spec, that is that. And again, you can use any wheel you want, but it's got to be able to be wide, and 17-inch. So that, and this car looks tough. I love the looks of these things anyway. So custom parts front, your front splitter, your side skirts, your rear bumper already has a diffuser on it because it's a hatch. Rear wing is the underswung type A, or undermount type A. And that's going to give you your basic setup for your mini hisser. Racing setups, hood pin, type A I like. You can do whatever you want. If you want to go retro, tow hook type B, and again, another car you can't roll cage. Light bulbs, I've been putting the super cools, the type A rear only because of our spec, and then I put the custom grill in it. I think it matches those up, looks better on a race car, and then I added the color-coded blue on this one to the caliper, but you can do what you want, or want. Do what you want or want. So, I think we're roughly probably halfway through our list here with this car. So we're getting there, and I'm going to go until we're done here. So I'm tired, but I want to get this done so everybody knows and there's no questions about anything. And like I said, I'm going to pick up the pace here as we go through, because you can reference the build on the original video with the build. Again, we don't need no weight reduction, or don't need any weight reduction on this car. Power restrictor and ballast is required though. Fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, increased body rigidity. One more time, that is actually required this year. So, if you look here, you're going to see that we've added something on this one. Let's go through here. Here we go. Fully customizable computer, engine balance tuning, polish ports, high-end torque supercharger, okay? This is the only car really that's supercharged, and so in order to get the numbers I wanted to get, I did add this supercharger kit, which got us right to where we needed to be without doing a bunch of other work to the engine, because there's still some other stuff we could have done, but we left that off. So I left the high-end torque supercharger because that's where this car kind of loses, is on the high-end side of torque. So this did the best for the overall performance of the engine. I went through and did some tests on what the engine would change, and this was the best bet for this engine. This car's already taken a pretty good hit on the performance points because we have to add weight. And then racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, racing pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and tires. So, again, these settings on this car get to spec, but it takes a little bit of a hit on the performance points because we have to add 90 kilograms of ballast to it. I moved that all the way to the back, but it still doesn't make up for that 90 kilograms. These lighter weight cars, again, I've said it before, these lighter weight cars, when you have to put weight on them, the performance points are hit harder than it actually affects the performance of the car. So again, these are the two things we added: engine balance tuning, polish ports, and the high-end torque supercharger. So this is the only car I allow to add to change the forced induction unit, and it's also the only supercharged one. So I think it's a fair trade-off on this car. This car's already taken a hit because of the weight. So if you want to drive it, you're welcome to. But that is going to be the requirement. That's not going to be an option. It's going to be a requirement, is the high-end torque supercharger. Okay, so that is our Mini, another one of the few individual cars that have a unique situation with them. So that moves us into one that I built more or less for fun, but it's actually a pretty decent car to drive, and that is the DeLorean. And that starts off with an already expensive DeLorean, which was about $500,000. And then this car was like $125,000 a wide body, I think, if I remember right. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend this car if you want to save credits. If you want to have some fun, though, it drives pretty good. I've used it for a ton of challenges just because I like a challenge when I take these challenges. And running this thing at restricted spec and with higher powered cars makes for interesting. It actually drives pretty darn well. So we start off with the wide body after we start off with our already expensive DeLorean. And then, of course, you know me, I put the BBS FS wheels. And I did the best I could because these are different size. So I think we went, on this one, we went, what was it? Yeah, I think we went 16, 17. So I think these are the ones I've got on there. But I'm actually not going to change them because I don't want to screw it up. But I'll give you a little leeway on this one if you want to run it different. But I think they're the ones with the 17s on them in the rears. So you can see the difference because these run on offset tire. The rear tires are bigger. because of the rear engine. So, we're going to add the Type A splitter, Type A side skirts. This car doesn't have a diffuser in the back because there's nothing underneath. The engine's back there. And then the wing is the custom wing medium 22, which worked out perfect. And again, this car, like I said, it races, it runs pretty well. Can't add a roll cage to it, which is understandable. It's a Legends car. But I did put the hood pins and the tow hooks on it. Again, I want these things to look like race cars because this whole marketing thing with my YouTube on these cars is part of the reason I require some of this stuff. Is I want to push the channel, and I'm putting out my own money. Well, technically, my dad donated the money the last 2 seasons for the championship stuff, but I'm putting out my own money for this. And I would like to be able to try to get this channel monetized, at least enough to cover the cost of this racing. So that's the DeLorean build, and again, this one's going to require a lot of modifications because this is a PRV, Peugeot Renault Volvo engine that in US form put out, I think, like 140 horse or something like that. It had a lot more better without all the US stupid EPA restrictions, but we did have to reduce the weight on this thing. Weight reduction stage 1. We had to add bore up, high lift cam, high compression pistons. Don't forget to add your power restrictor and ballast because we do have to adjust. Fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Racing air filter against a naturally aspirated V6. Racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust. Again, that's a PRV, which is Peugeot Renault Volvo V6, which is actually a pretty good engine. But because of the stuff they put on them, they had quite a few issues with them. But racing brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. So again, this car, if you unrestrict it, you can get quite a bit out of it with the ads we had to do, but to get it to spec here, we did have to add 111 ballast, and again, that's one of the higher versions. And it's still, even putting all of that towards the front, we still have a 4456 heavy rear ballast. This is a rear engine car, not a mid-engine car. A mid-engine car, the engine actually sits either in line with or forward of the rear wheels. This car, very similar to a Porsche, has the main part of the engine sitting behind the rear wheels. So that's why you get such a heavy weight split on these cars. Again, all the things we had to add, just to review: bore up, high lift cam, and high compression pistons. We did have to reduce the weight and then add a bunch of it back. So the reason we had to add the ballast is because we did have to reduce the weight. It wasn't that heavy of a vehicle to begin with. But 94 on the power restrictor after our ads. So not too bad. But 585 is actually respectable, I think, for this car on the performance points. I think if you tuned it enough, you could run pretty competitively with it. You're going to probably get beat down the straightaways because it's a 5-speed. Again, that's something to consider when driving these older cars, is most of them are going to be 5 speeds. Your older cars, and some of these older ones will be 4-speed. All right. Let me take a quick drink here. We're getting down here, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows left, 6 rows left. So again, I'm going to pick up the pace here as we go through. I'm trying to also take into account people that are going to be going through these, and people going through these one car at a time, just finding their car, which I'm going to try to do for you. Mark out your car where it's supposed to go. So here is the M303. Again, be really careful the year you choose, because this is the inline 6. The 07 is our cup car, and that is a V8. So this car, again, pushes the limits of the performance points max here on the hissers. So first thing you're going to do on this car is start off, and I was getting more extravagant with the liveries on these cars at first, and then I realized I'm definitely not going to be running all these cars, and people are probably not going to be using my liveries. So I started kind of streamlining it. So this one has the flags, it's got the M power. So if you want to start with this, like I said, I'll share these liveries with you if you want to start, and then I'll have you you can move the KingPittdawg Racing stuff around. But again, first thing we do is start with the wide body. And then this one, I actually use these, I think they're actually a truck wheel, but they look almost identical to the BMW wheels, so I use those. These right here. I use those on there. And we did 17 wide. And that's what we got. So that gives you your wheels. Again, you can use whatever you want. But they need to be 17s if it's available. Wide. Type B, splitter. Type A, sound ground effects. Type A, splitter. Diffuser. Medium 22 wing. There you go. Racing items, hood pins, do what you want. Oh, I went the wrong button here. Tow hook, I like to see type B if you guys don't mind doing it, but if I just want to see them on there because these are supposed to look like race cars. And then roll cage on this car. This would probably be a very good car to drive. I'm just giving people a heads up. These BMWs perform very well. And BMW is a performance company to begin with, so keep that in mind. So their cars are going to tend to perform well. Weight reduction stage 1 on this car. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Racing air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and your tires. And again, this car gets to the category pretty well. So we'll go back now and do our settings. So again, we're 10 off the bump stops, and all of this stuff is even as possible. I've set the aero pretty much as close to middle as a breakdownable number as I can. I did set the rear higher because I was having trouble getting this under the 615, but now I'm going to give you guys 616 in the room. So the ballast is at 22, and then the power restrictor is at 70, and the output is at 95. So this one gets into one of those where we have to adjust the ECU. But again, when I do the ballast to the back, it puts it over the number.
Your thought on AMG A4514 hatch? K-tie. 8 sign of the apocalypse. KPD bans a Supra.
Ooh, we must have had a little glitch because YouTube is running the whole thing. So there must have been a pause there, so I apologize if anybody got a pause watching the video. But there is your M303. So it should be easy to remember, M303. And it does come in under the number. We got the specs. And probably be a really good car to drive. Because it would be in real life. This is a very, very performance-capable vehicle. All the M3 cars are, M series cars are. So, I should have stayed where I was because I was too busy yapping. And we're going to go into change car, and now we're going on to the next one. And now we are at, where are we here? I got lost. Okay, now we're at the GTR. This is the R34 GTR. Okay, and again, there's other GTRs, and you can build them very similar to this. I'm not going to build every single one unless somebody asks me to. But this particular GTR has always been my favorite, the R34 Nürburgring. And I love the blue. Whoops, sorry guys. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. So again, every single car, if you're checking this off by a timestamp, wide body is the first thing we do on all these hissers. Cosmetic wise, we're going to do whatever wheel and tire we can get to be as close to 17 inches possible. I've been defaulting most of these to a few wheels and tires that I run, but if we can run 17 wide, we will. and that's what I'm going to expect. So there's that. Custom parts front, we want to add arrow to the front, so we want to add type B splitter, type B or type A side skirt. Yeah, you can do either one in this one, I guess. I think I did this one because it was color matched. But you could do either one in this one. You can see I've had both. So you could do that one if you want. And then rear, we want to do type B. And then the wing, as always, is going to be medium 22. And that's going to be all HECS spec cars. Hissers, Cup cars, and Super Cup cars when we get to that point. Hood pins, I like you have something on there. You can have either one you want. Tow hooks, either one you want. I prefer this one. Hint, hint. Roll cage, type C. And that is your basic. I did change the grill on this. Nope, I left the GTR because I like the GTR badge. And caliper color, I added red because it accents with the blue nice. And of course, you can only do that after you add your brake kit. So, now that we've done our cosmetic and aero and wide-bodied the car, we're going to go over to the tuning shop. Not a lot of tuning needed on this car. It's already over the mark, so we got to add weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer. And again, the way to think of that is we need to put our parts, our spec parts on the car. Fully customizable LSD, fully customizable manual, and increased body rigidity. And this being an all-wheel drive heavy booger, we need to add weight reduction stage 3. Racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, and exhaust, pads and kit. Again, this year required torque vectoring center differential on all-wheel drives. Racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and your hard, medium, and soft tires. This one you can probably run softs on, depending on how you're adjusted. So let's go into the settings. And again, the reason where I say let's test it here real quick, just because I'm curious. It varies by car what the cutoff is. Yes, you would be able to run softs if you were to run this car. You could run softs and still have your ability. I'm sorry. You could run softs and still be in the spec of the room. So again, racing medium tires is our spec tire for those who may have skipped over and just watching this. So everything I've set to the middle, set these as close to the center of the beginning as possible. That's breakdownable usually by 25 or 20 or 10. We do have to add 7 ballast after all of our weight reductions, and we can throw that all the way to the back to balance it out. Doesn't really make a bit of difference with 7 kilograms. 70 on the power restrictor and 88 on the output adjustment on this one. So this is one of the cars we have to get into the output adjustment on the computer itself, the ECU. So also one of the reasons this is required on all cars is so that everybody has that same level. All right, so we're moving right along here now. We've gotten through quite a few cars here. Now, I think there's about 75 of them, or it might be 80 of them now. So I haven't completely counted all the way through since we redid them, but let's go to the FD RX-7. This is, again, one of the cars that's going to perform very well. Hint, hint. It did well in our races that people ran them in. This thing is a little tricky to drive. I will give people that. I was going to drive it once, and I decided not to. Wide body, of course, that's the first thing we do. And yes, that is machine gray with Soul Red Crystal, newer Mazda colors on it. I did put the BBS FS wheels, 17-inch standard, wide, okay? Like I said, wide, 17-inch, wide where you can, or as close to it as possible. Front splitter, type B. Side skirts, type A. Yeah, type A is lower, that's what you're going to want. Rear diffuser, rear wing, and that again is a medium 22. Racing items, hood pin. Again, I like the modern style. You can run what you want. Tow hook. I like the type B. I want to see something on there. Again, this needs to look like a race car. And then our roll cage. We need to see the roll cage in the cars where it's available. Light bulb, super cool, just like me. License plate type A, rear only. Again, there's a reason for that. Caliper, I added the red. You can do whatever you want. Again, that's only after your racing brake kit's installed. I am 12 hours away from my surgery, so I will be happy to get that done. I'm supposed to be an outpatient, so they're supposed to be able to just lop off my problem and be done with it. Hopefully that it opened up won't be a problem for them. Because let me tell you what, it is 30 times less painful than it was last night. It's given me a little pain, but it's so much better than it was, I can't even describe it. So power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission. This is a turbo car, so it's going to be intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and your tires. Settings in this car, not a lot. This is another one of those baseline cars that pretty much was where things were set from the series, and where this spec of car originated from. We're going to have no ballast, and we're going to have 70 on the power restrictor, and then just 1 off on the ECU. So again, you can set all this other stuff where you want, and you should, let's see, with some settings, if you're careful about it, you could probably have run softs. Like I said, if you ran into a problem and wanted to come in and try to get that fast lap, you could probably get this car, but I would test that first, because it won't let you do it during the race if you don't. So you might show up in the pits and not be able to change into soft tires. So again, just a quick review for those who've missed, because we're kind of in the middle of the video. There's a 1-point fast lap bonus at all of our races, every race we run. So if you were to have a problem, some of these cars are not going to be allowed, you're not going to be allowed to run softs on them, because the limit to the room is going to be 616. You see this car here, when I put on the softs, it's 616.01. I'm sure you can adjust that and get that down in that category. So you'll have to play around with it. And again, you're not tied to these cars, so you don't have to run that. You can experiment. But Daytona is going to be a pretty important race, because you're going to have a really good shot of getting a top 5, because we're going to have 2 classes. So if we get 12 cars, there's going to be 6 cars in each class. So you could conceivably have a guaranteed top 5. Now, the only thing, like I said, the only thing that is not going to affect with the 2 classes. The 2 classes is a little tricky to try to govern from my standpoint. The only thing that's not going to be affected is you're probably not going to go out in one of these HSSSR cars and run faster than a Group 2 car. And the fastest lap is the fastest lap. You're not getting a fastest lap bonus for the HSSSR car, or for the second class. Okay, so it's going to be, you're going to get individually scored as far as finishing position, but fast lap is going to be based on the fastest overall lap. And again, I'm simplifying scoring, and that's something I can see on the screen because it gives it to me in purple in the results pages, and that's why we're doing that way. So again, this is simplification this season, even though it may sound more complex. It's actually, let me guess, I would say more than 10 times easier to administer. And really, it makes things simple for you guys, because there's not that much regulation. We're not coming in, we're not going to add weight, we're not going to add, we're not going to add power, take away power, we're not going to do any of that. If we do anything, it'll be just adding weight to these cars, because they're all in the same page. So we'll add weight, but we won't take away power at this point. Okay, so that is your Spirit Type R RX-7. Again, another car that would probably be a pretty good option to run as your main car. So we move from that car, and we're getting down to some of the really, really good cars here. This is the Silvia Spec R Aero, and this was, again, from one of the base cars that we based the series on. And again, this was when I was getting a little more extravagant with the liveries. This car's got a lot more on it. so if you're just joining us, excuse me, if you're just joining us, first thing we do on all of these cars, wide body. And that's what we're going to do to this car. Add the wide body. You can see we've already done that. Car customization, again, wheels and tires, as close to 17 wide as we can. And I think we can hit that number with this car. And we do 17 wide. Okay, and that's what it already had on. That doesn't look any different than it did before. Front splitter, that'll give you the more downforce. That is type B. Side skirts type A. You could run either one on this one. I think I did this one to keep the color minimum, but you could run either one on this one. If you like the looks of this one better, I think I did this one because I already had part of the livery on it or something. Actually, this car I deducted from the livery. That's why. Because it was already a pre-painted car. So again, we're going to do the diffuser style rear bumper. Okay? And then wing, medium, 22. Racing items, hood pins, we want to see those on there. Either type is fine. Tow hook, we're going to see them on there. Either type is fine. I prefer the round ones. I don't want to spec it because people get mad, but please, if you can run it, run the metal round ones. Roll cage, there's another one. We're getting on a roll of cars we can put roll cages in. And again, I put a Nissan color on this. This is gun metallic. And light bulb, super cool, just like me. And type A rear license plate caliper color. Again, you can add that after you've done your performance upgrades. Make sure, if you're joining this and you're just watching this, make sure you do that wide body first, because otherwise you got to go through and do everything again. just so you know, we learned that the hard way. Ask me how I know. I made sure to make this procedure as seamless as possible for you guys. That's why I'm doing this like I'm doing. So here we go. Power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission, increased body rigidity, racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, and exhaust, pads and kit, clutch and a flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires, racing tires. So that is our Silvia Spec R Aero S15. This is not the GT4 model. This is the stock car. Again, that's what HSSSR stands for. HECS, stock, specially modified, spec race car. And again, this car was one of our baseline cars, so it does not require a lot of adjustment. Car settings. Again, we've set everything as close to a breakdown of 25 as we could. We are at 30 on the ballast on this car. 50 on the ballast position. That gives you a little bit better balance. And then 85 on the restrictor. And again, the difference between these cars, if you've built a WSS car before, the HSSSR cars, the hissers, are speccing everything. Okay, before they spec'd settings on cars in the Windows Sprint series, we are speccing all the cars. And again, the idea of these cars is to find a car you can race that has the same specs that you can race better. Some people like the way some cars drive. Some people like the way other cars drive. Find the one you want. That's why I've made so many. And drive that car as fast as you can. It's not about making the car better. Like I said, it's not about settings, it's not about practice. We want you to be able to drive that car as best as you can. So find the car that you're comfortable with and you can drive fast in. So here is another one, and this is another one that requires a little bit of a special circumstance. And you can see that big-ass wing on there. So this is the O2. I wasn't originally going to allow this car, but Adam asked, so we decided to allow it. And it is a very good car, but you are going to have to run medium tires on it. So wide body is the first thing we do. Again, every car is spec'd the same. This car has a couple of little issues getting everything exactly the same. So the wheels on this are, I put the factory looking wheels, and we did 17 wide, okay? So that's that, and they were the colored flip from white to red for Honda R. And then our custom parts are front splitter, and again it's painted on this one, which is different than a lot of them. There's other ones that are painted, but not many. Side skirts, again, they're painted, and these are the lower ones. We want as much stability on these cars as we can. Rear diffuser, and the rear wing, in this case it's type A. Okay, the standard one isn't going to fly. We want it to look like this one. Okay, so that is your aero spec, and that's one of the few exceptions on the wing I'm making. And again, somebody asked me to build this car. This was not going to be a car. I have specifically allowed this car. So this car is in spec. And you can see by adding all of our racing stuff, tow hooks, and our roll cage, that we've got it basically looking like a race car. We added our tires, our rear license plate only, and our caliper color we made red to match the Honda theme. Or actually, you know what? No, you know what I did on this one? I made them gold because it matches the seat belts, which I think the seat belts matched on this. So I did a little something different there. You can do whatever you want. I think it's the seam work, the stitching, and the seat belts I matched up with that. Give it a little bit of a contrast. So, tuning shop. And we're probably at least 45 minutes from this video being over, so if you want to skip to whichever car you want, again, I'm going to try to timestamp these, but there's a lot of them. So weight reduction stage 1 on this one. Power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer. Ignore that semi-racing muffler there. Fully customizable LSD. Fully customizable manual transmission. Increased body rigidity. Racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust. This is an NA car, so we're going to go that route. Racing pads and kit. And again, I only bought the one kit on this. I don't know why. I usually buy both. Brake balance controller, fully customizable suspension, racing clutch and flywheel. I'm going to buy that other kit. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, you know why? Because I ran this car in something else, so I bought the racing transmission. So we want the fully customizable manual transmission. That's the one we're running in the spec. So I'll go back and hit on that in the specs of the car here. So if you're just watching this and not listening, I'm going to be repeating myself here because this car is really tight on the PP level. So again, I set everything in the middle. You can see everything's set in the middle. We did, because we had to reduce the weight twice, we did have to add 127 kilograms of ballast back in, which we put to the front, which increased our performance. And then 125 and then 210. I had to add a lot of rear downforce, and I figured that's fair because of that big-ass wing. That we have to require it because that's going to pull the PP down a little bit on the car. So that's going to help balance your PP out on this car. And you can see we got the fully customizable manual trans. So we want to make sure that's the one you select there. Okay. And then we're 75 on the power restrictor. So that gets us in spec, and it manages to balance under the PP. It is your responsibility as the driver of this car, if you want to drive this car, to keep under the 616 max. You might have to have some sacrifices. That's only fair because other people are getting easily in under that number. Other people are getting easily in under that number without having to sacrifice. And they're sacrificing a little performance points. So this car drives very well. I think Adam won in this car, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so this would be another car that would be good to choose. It might be a good, if you like driving the mid-engine rear drive cars, this would probably be a good one for you. And it should perform very well, being in basically an Acura NSX, one of the best handling cars of all time. So that puts us on to the next car, and we've just about got to the turn of the century here. In fact, we are at the turn of the century. I need to make sure I'm getting these cars. I think it's 94 when I got to balance that car back in my list. Yeah, right here. That's the one I got to balance back in. Okay. So, again, all these are in order, and I'm going through them in order because I don't want to screw that order up, because I spent a lot of time going through these cars. So, Tuscan Speed 6, another car I was able to build here off of that. These are basically race cars that they made into, I mean, these are custom built cars. They're tube chassis cars. They're made by TVR, which is a specialty manufacturer. But again, this car is one that we go in here and we start with adding wide body. Okay, so we add the wide body to a car that's already kind of a quasi wide body. And then we go into car customization. And I put some special wheels on this one because I just like the way they looked. In fact, I bought these wheels just for this car. This is another one I'm considering running. We're going to do 17 wide. And that's what the car has on it. You can see there. So that specs out that part. Then we're going to add our front carbon splitter, our side carbon skirts, our rear carbon diffuser, and our carbon medium wing 22. Hood pins, again, I added the cool ones. I like those. I thought those looked really good on this car. This whole front end, I think, lifts off. Tow hook, type B. And then roll cage can't be added to this car. Again, that's a tube chassis car. It probably technically has a roll cage in it. So that is your cosmetic build on the Tuscan Speed 6. Again, this is a very favorite car of mine. This is one I'm probably going to try to run. I don't know how it's going to run here on GT. I have not driven it much here in GT7. So to the tuning shop we go. Again, we're going to get our power restrictor and balance just like all the others. Fully customizable computer. Every single car has a fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Every single HSSSR car. Every single HSSSR car has the racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust. Racing brake pads and kit, either one you want. Racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And again, this is a car, and we'll double check it in specs, and I've been kind of checking that for you guys as I go through here. The ones you can put, I'm pretty sure this is going to be in the number where you can put softs on it. So, you can run this car racing softs. Yes, you can. So this car, again, this is just something that you guys consider when you get around that 605, 606 mark. You might be pushing the limits of being able to use soft tires. So if you want that advantage, that possibility to have an advantage, just consider that when you're figuring out which car to run. So downforce in this car, I set down a little bit. I think to balance out the performance level, but we could bump that up to probably 100. Like I said, I like to see it in the middle, and that one's pretty much in the middle. Let's go 100, 200. Yeah, 605.12. Now let's try it again and see what happens. It's still under the mark. So 605, probably 606, 607 is going to be the limit where you're going to be able to switch over to soft tires and run them. Now, this car did require a lot of ballast because it's a very light car. Like I said, it's already a race car. And then we set the power restrictor at 70 and the output adjustment at 86. And this thing's got a perfect 50-50 weight distribution, so we are not going to set that ballast anywhere but right smack dab in the middle of that car. So there we are. And again, this is one of the ones that I need to check the limits here. So going from to 200, I can put 2,866 pounds on this car. That's not where I want to be. But we'll play with those numbers. We'll have to see how that works. I wish they gave us a little bit more ballast adjustment on these cars, but I get it. They gotta still be able to adjust these parameters while the game's playing. So, all right, we're in the 90s, And there's not as many cars here as we keep going down here, but a lot of these cars are repeats of cars we've already done or similar cars. So S2000, again, this is another car. Looking where the PP level is, probably be a good car to run. I did it in the classic Honda gray. That these seem to be like the de rigueur color that these came out in initially. That kind of like silver gray, charcoalish silver gray. So, first things first, just like all these hissers and all the other HECS spec cars, the Cup cars, wide body first. Wheels, this one I used some different wheels on this one because I liked the looks of them. And they looked a lot like the Honda wheels, so we did those. And we upped those up one to 17 wide. Again, 17 is the spec. Get it as close as you can. We want to see wide on these wide cars. That's only going to help you. Front splitter type B to add some front aero. Side skirts type B to add that side skirt. You could actually run either one on these if you like the painted one. And then rear, we want that diffuser type bumper. And then the wing, medium 22. If you look at that, medium 22, that's spec on all HECS spec cars, all hissers that they are available on. Hood pin, again, I use those. You can use the other ones if you want. Tow hook type B, I would prefer. I want to see a tow hook on the car though. Roll cage, add those where you can. Not every car can, but these you can, so I expect to see it on there. Other parts, light bulbs, again, we can run those super cool like me. Type A, and caliper color you can adjust to the car. And again, I went with the black theme on this car accents because the top, being a soft top, added the black wing and the black hood and the black skirts and aero ads and then the black wheels. I thought that looked pretty good. So if you want this livery, let me know. I can share it, and then you can adjust it, put your number on it, whatever you want to do. I also am going to add, I haven't mentioned everybody, I need everybody to pick a number for this year. Steve does have the option of running number 1 since he was the series champ. And he may take that, he did take that in his other series, so we'll see if he does that. So I'll mention that's one of the things I hadn't even thought of, that it just kind of hit me as we're going through this. So again, this is going to be a good number on this car, because this car performs very well. Again, nothing needed except the power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Those are standard parts. Racing air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads, kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, all standard parts, and your medium tires. This one you'll probably be able to run softs on. And I went to the wrong area. It's getting late. We're going to get through this. All right, car settings. Not a lot to change on this one. Again, all this stuff I've been setting in the middle. We set our aero as close to the middle there as we can. 30 on the ballast. It's a 50-50 weight, so we're going to leave it where it is. And 92 on the power restrictor. So, that is your S2K. Another car I love. If I was meaner, I would have everybody run one car and only run the one car once. But I'm not. So we're going to give you a main car and then allow you to make some adjustments from there. So this is another one of the WRXs. Oh shoot, I didn't do what I was supposed to do there to get out of that. I'm trying to adjust myself here in the chair. So again, we're going to start off with wide body right there. Gotta have the bronze wheels on a WRX. We went 17, wide, wide. So there's your cosmetic there on that one. Front splitter type A on this particular one. Side skirts type A. Rear type A. Oh yeah, that... I guess you could run either one on this one. And then wing, medium 22 as always. Racing items, hood pin, whichever one you want. Tow hook, prefer B, please. Roll cage. Light bulbs, whichever you want. Alright, had to take a little break there to get myself resituated here. Alright, so I'm getting through this. I think I stayed in one spot too long there. Alright, so let's go to our tuning center. Alright. This particular car starts off where we only need power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, increased body rigidity, just like all the cars. And then it's a turbo, so we need intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold. Pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And again, the only difference is if you want to build one of the 04s, let me know, because I did not build that specifically. But if you like that car for some reason, just let me know, and I will build one with you. But these should be very, very similar. You should be able to figure it out. Again, we don't want to change anything when we can just change the power restrictor. So again, put everything in the middle. All this stuff in the middle. Don't forget your torque vectoring center differential, because I think I didn't mention that when we were in the tuning center. So 10 on the ballast is all you need after on this one. It's already a pretty light car. 50, we just shoved it to the back because these cars are pretty front heavy. 74 on the power restrictor. Okay, pretty simple. So again, if you want to build something different, let me know. We'll get it figured out, because I've spent at least probably 15 million credits building these cars, and I want to make sure that we have a prototype for every one. So you're not bothering me, so don't worry about anything like that. I want to make this as best as we can make it. So again, the Lancer, I did the 5 because it's kind of right in the middle, and they're all basically the same. They all use basically the same setup. So we're going to start this evolution, the 5. And I didn't build the MR, which would be a little bit different because it's already light. It's already somewhat light, but you know where the specs are. And we're going to get there by adding in everything else. So GT Auto, first thing we're going to do on all of these, and it doesn't matter which Lancer you build, is we're going to get it wide-bodied right away. Okay? Then you can add in your wheels and tires, and again, I'm not speccing out these wheels and tires. I'm trying to repeat myself a lot here in case you're watching this from a timestamp. So if those who are watching this, I'm going to sound like a broken record. We're watching this all the way through. So 17-inch wide. That is the spec, or as close as you can get to it. Okay. Custom parts front. Again, we're going to use the splitter type front. The side skirts. Oh, this was... I changed it so it looked more like a race car. It's weird that they added this randomly. You can just take the tail lights out. I thought that was really odd, because I'm sure this rear bumper has a diffuser on it, being an Evolution already. So rear wing, again, medium 22. That's pretty much standard on all of our cars. You should be able to go through and build all of our cars based on just the spec I give you, because everything's the same. Hood pin type A is what I prefer. It's up to you on that. Tow hook, I would like to see type B. I'm not going to shoot you for it if you put type A, but I do want to see a tow hook on there. Again, we're trying to make these cars look like race cars. So when we're showing replays, uploading pictures, it looks like a professional race. So roll cage, again, when you can get it, add it. Light bulbs, super cool if you want to be like me. Rear license plate, and there's a reason for that. Again, that's branding. And then caliper color, I added the blue of it because this is already a red car. And this was a factory. A lot of these cars I kept the factory color, but some of them you can. I've told you when I've changed some of these colors. So that is all the cosmetic adds here on the Evolution. And again, all of them would be very similar. They're very similar in horsepower, very similar in weight. The new MR, which I may just build at the end of this video just to make everybody understand what you'd have to do on that one. It's not a big difference. But that would be the one I would drive if I was doing a Lancer, an Evolution. I think it's even better than the final. That's why they just added it in. So you're going to need to reduce some weight. And then we're going to need the restrictor and the ballast. The computer LSD manual transmission and increased body rigidity, just like all of them. And then just like all the other ones, we're going to need racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, and exhaust. Racing pads and rotors. Or not pads and rotors, pads and kit. I got to be careful because there's calipers there too. I was speaking earlier. And here's something. See, look, even going through these, I still miss this. That's a requirement this year. Torque vectoring center differential. That is a requirement this year on all-wheel drive. So racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our racing tires. Okay, and again, all the all-wheel drives, and I keep forgetting about it because I kind of did that late, added that late in, so I probably built this car before I made that a requirement. Basically, all of these cars are going to be very, very similar. So this one, because it's an Evolution, we're adding a bunch of power stuff to it, and we reduce some weight. We do have to add that ballast back in, so we got to add up 46, and ballast positioning we put to the rear because these are heavy front-wheel drive car basis. We got to max out the power restrictor to 70, and then take 2 off on the ECU, and that's how you get to your 254. Okay, so it's that simple. Only one rate reduction, but again, we want to see all the cars at 2,800 pounds even, and then the horsepower. I really like to see it 253, 254, 255. There's a few that are 251 and 252, but those cars usually have more torque anyway. So you can see this car's got a substantial amount of torque. So keep that in mind when you're figuring these cars out and what you're going to run, because you can easily add soft tires to this car and not have a problem with it, getting in the spec. But the newer ones may have better performance points because of just the way the game works. So you'll have to make that decision what you want to run. Again, I built this for ease of reference, but pretty much everything else is going to be the same. It's just going to have to get your settings adjusted where you need it to get to within that spec. So that is the Evolution. And again, that is going to apply to pretty much all your Lancers. I would assume most of the performance add-on parts like the aero parts and that are pretty much the same on those cars. So next one up, now we're getting into the farther into the 90s, and this is the Salady. This is the Sylvia 180 mix, basically a 240 that they sold here in the United States with a Sylvia, which they didn't sell in the United States front end. So this one's got a few extra things on it. So let's go and start from the beginning, because I want people that are watching from a timestamp to know what's going on. So we're going to go start off at GT Auto, and you're going to put a wide body. All these cars get wide body, which you can see we've done to this car. Car customization, again, wheels are your choice, but I've ran some wheels out here, but we're going to be at 17 wide unless we can't get there. As close as you possibly can. Okay, so you can see that's what was on the car. That didn't change the stance at all. And we're going to add in the front arrow. Again, this one's going to give you the most effective downforce. The side skirts that are longer, we want them as flat as possible, give you a nice side stability. We're not going for looks necessarily on these, we're going for what's hopefully rendered into the car from a performance standpoint. And then we're always going to go with the diffuser type rear bumper, this type rear bumper. And then as with all the other ones, it's a medium 20. Oop, that's not the right one. Oh, I had it. I don't know what happened there. That was really strange. Maybe I bumped it when I entered in there. But medium 22 wing, it looks the same. So maybe it was already on there. Maybe it just glitched on me as I entered there. Medium 22 is our wing, and that is the cosmetics of this lady. This might be a good car to drive too. Again, add in your racing stuff. We want to make it look like a race car. I would prefer that tow hook. We definitely have to have a roll cage if it's available. Light bulbs, I'd get the brightest ones if it's me. Type A rear bumper for a reason. We did go from, we opened up the grille because I like the open looking one. And that should, from a physics standpoint, if the game is accurate, that should allow more cooling in there and give you a little bit more front drag. So that should help you out. You can run whichever one you want on there though, okay? If you think that having the flat piece in there would help aero, that's up to you. We still, again, in real life, if you're running this car, you're probably going to tighten that whole front end up and try to get everything as tight as you can so you don't get as little drag as you can on that, and you want your drag down low. You want the air to move around the front end and hook the car and push it down to the ground. But we don't know if that's what happens on the game or not. There's a lot of things I think they just skip. But I have noticed running cars with different wheels on them, the same exact car, it makes a difference, even if they're the same size. So keep that in mind. A different wheel, how it sits, how it's mounted on the car, how heavy it might be. We don't know that. That's not in there, but they probably have specs on all those wheels. So this car didn't need any weight reduction, but we did need power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, fully customizable LSD, fully customizable manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. This one required bore up on this engine because it was a 1.8 liter. We gave it a bore up to get it to 2 liters. It's actually almost 2.1 liters. If you technically rounded it up, you could get away with saying it's a 2.1 liter because the 7 would round the 4 to a 5, which would round the 0 to a 1, technically. But if you just use the straight number, it's a 2 liter. So you can do it 2 ways on that one because, like I said, again, the 7 would round the 4 to a 5, which rounds the 0 to a 1. It definitely doesn't round down to 2,000. It rounds to 2.050. But again, just to go through this again, because this one had the special circumstance right here, the bore up. There's nothing over here in sports, club sports, so we need that bore up and our power restrictor and ballast. And then we're going to get the fully customizable computer we always do, the LSD, manual transmission, increased body rigidity. This is a turbo engine, so we're going to get the intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and the racing tires. Again, medium is required. If you have missed that somehow, I beat that like a dead horse, but medium is the required tire, and all these cars are set up on medium tires. This will be another one of those cars you should be able to put softs on, so we'll test that when we can. 61130, you'll be in there easily. So this would be another car that would hit that mark where you'd have some flexibility with it. Again, the only thing we're adding is bore up. That's it. Otherwise, everything else is the same, and then when we do that, we only have to go to 98 on the power restrictor, and that gets us the max horsepower we're allowed, and that's 255 horse. One thing I would suggest, because these are used cars, change your oil before you start modifying them, which I probably should have mentioned earlier, but change your oil because you want to have the max performance when you're modifying them so it shows up exactly what your numbers will be. All right, well, we got through that one pretty quick, considering it had a little bit of a special situation. But now we're into a car that I think will probably be pretty darn popular, and that is the Supra RZ97. And this car is going to be pushing the spec limits as far as getting softs on. I don't think you would be able to run it without detuning it somewhat by either adding a ton of aero, which isn't going to help you on soft tires, because soft tires will help you remove aero. But let's go through it. Again, just like all the cars, again, if you're watching this from a timestamp, we're going to start off every one of these cars with a wide body. And you can see it right there. This is a 2JZ GTE Supra. So this is the engine, the car the engine comes out of that we swap the new Mark V Supra, the 2JZ engine, into that car. That's the only engine swap I'm allowing so far, unless somebody can come up with a better one. But most cars that are on this list get in the spec anyway. So, custom parts. Front end, Type B splitter. You could probably run both if you want. There's not a big difference between these two, but I'm speccing Type B at this point. If you do run this car and want to run Type A, let me know. Okay? Because like I said, I'm building all these prototypes so we can test together on these cars. Side skirts, the standard one I think is better on this, but you can run Type B. Actually, Type B would be preferred on this. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't do that on this one. And then Type B on the rear diffuser. The wing, again, medium 22 as always. Oh, this is one of the early ones I did when I was doing this list. So yeah, this one's got the kind of the, I was calling it HSSSR Spec, but and then I realized, well, Spec's in the name, so I don't need to add Spec to it. But Spec is like the Spec car. So it is and it isn't. It works and it doesn't. There's a couple of ways. I'm trying to keep this, I'm a really marketing-oriented guy, and I really want to make this work, and I want people to enjoy coming to this series and enjoy racing these cars and not have to worry about it all week. You know what I mean? I want people to come in, be able to run. That's why we run the qualifying heat races. That's your chance to shake down the car, figure out what you might need to change on it. You run 3 races there. You can change your settings and run 3 different settings. So weight reduction stage 1 on this. These are heavy cars. They're not light. My Supra weighs 2,800 pounds full. These weigh 2,800 pounds completely reduced. So this is weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, increased body rigidity, and weight reduction stage 3. So these are heavy cars. I mean, people don't realize how much heavier. These cars weigh almost like 700 or 800 pounds more than mine. And they got double the power. I mean, basically. So you know, I mean, factory. My 6M powered 86 Mark II A60 Supra, the 6M in it is basically unrestricted. It doesn't have an EGR valve on it, doesn't have stuff like that. So it runs right around 195 horse. And they push, I think, I've heard over 200 torque. I'm running on the factory stock 5M manifold, which is supposed to give you a little bit better torque. And then I'm run basically through a straight exhaust with I've got a high flow cat and then a Flowmaster at the end. It's basically just an accessory. So, racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, racing brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and tires. Again, this car is not losing out much from what it is, but it's getting a big weight reduction. So this car with the 2J in it, even restricted, is going to be pretty potent, I would think. So this is, again, I'm trying to help people out where I think cars are going to be cars that are going to be really competitive. And again, this one, I don't think you're going to be able to put softs on it. No, you wouldn't be able to put softs on it at standard settings, but you might be able to detune it. Now, what I don't want to see you do is deviate from the spec, okay, to put softs on it, okay? Because, like I said, all of our races, pretty much all of them are sprint races, so you shouldn't need to put tires on a car. There may be a few exceptions. We'll see how Daytona falls out, because that's going to be about 42 minutes, 42 to 44 minutes at Daytona. But you're not going to put as many laps on in these cars as you will in the Group 2 cars. So you probably won't have to pit anyway, but it may be something you want as an option. And again, you're not stuck to these cars. So, you know, I want to run this car at Fuji. This would probably be a good Fuji car, you know. But anyway, just giving you guys an idea there. So 47 on the ballast after we do all of our 3 weight reductions on this car. We're going to move that all the way to the back to balance it out. We're going to go 70 on the restrictor. That's max again. Max on the restrictor. And then 8 on the output adjustment. So we're restricting this engine quite a bit. I think, I don't remember what it was, but it should be producing right around probably, it's 320 stock. So probably was producing somewhere around 360 or 389. Probably close to 400 to restrict it this much. And again, that varies by the car. Every car is different on what the performance mods add to it, which I like. Is probably pretty accurate as far as, you know, getting this information from these companies that actually have experience modifying these engines. So, so there's that. You just realize you cannot run softs on this one likely. It's at, like I said, that number is probably going to be like 606, 607, where you're going to be right on the border of being able to run soft tires without having to really tweak the car around, because I don't want you adding weight to be able to run soft tires, because it's a rare instance you're going to be able to run soft tires anyway. Again, I want to try to keep these cars as spec as possible and to be just like real racing. You're going to expect to come through tech and hit the tech numbers. All right, so that is your Supra RZ, the 97 Mark IV Toyota Supra. Fast and the Furious, guys. There you go. All right. Again, those who don't know me, I have 4 Supras, 3 Mark IIs, and a Mark III, plus an SC400, which is a V8 version of the car that previous Supra, the RZ Mark IV Supra, was built on. Why did that cheat go out there instead of out there? There we go. Okay. So, MR2 GTS. This is another one of the cars that started off the series, basically. Started off the Winter Sprint series. These are very tricky to drive, but they can be very fast. So, I put this car in here. Now, it's going to be probably a little better in this trim than it was in the Winter Sprint series, because we've added all these goodies to them. So, again... Oops, I didn't start this off right because I was too busy yapping. So we're going to start this car off, as we do all of them, wide body install. Okay. So that's the first step. And yes, that is a Toyota color. I couldn't find the exact one, but this is with their newer contrast for crystal, ruby red crystal, I think. It's a 3-stage color. Really nice color. So wheels, again, I used the BBS FS, and we went as close to 17 as we could. This one, yeah, I think that looks about the same. Yeah, that looks the same. Okay. Yeah, so 17-inch. Again, 17-inch is spec. There's a few exceptions, and I haven't seen them yet come through where they actually look different when I reset the wheels. So again, front splitter, side skirts. You can use either one. I think I kept this one because I had a livery on this car. But yeah, you can use either one if you want. Rear diffuser. We definitely want to see that rear diffuser. And then the wing, medium 22, as always. Racing items. We want to see some hood pins. Tow hook. Again, I'd prefer to see the Type B. Wait a minute. Didn't it? Oh. No. Oh, I went into hood pins. Okay. Tow hook. Yeah, Type B. Oh, I don't know why the standard was equipped. Roll cage, we want Type C. So again, another car we can add a roll cage to. Light bulbs, again, I'd recommend the brightest ones. The rear license plate, I'd like to see Type A, just because of branding. Like I said, that's going to be one of the places I'm going to ask people to put my logo stuff on, or I will do it for you. Let's change this to blue. Yeah, that stands out a little better with the red car. Alright, and again, those who are building a car, you cannot add the caliper color in until after you have the racing brake kit installed. So, that should be a dead giveaway for you. So if you're watching this for a timestamp, once you've done your cosmetic stuff, go to the tuning shop. And we're going to add power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. This is a turbo car, the 3S GTE. So it's a racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust. Racing brake pads, and there's that brake kit. You can change the color on the calipers on. And why I was wrong calling them rotors, because we get the whole kit there. That's everything except the pads, which is kind of weird. And then the racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, racing brake balance controller, and our tires. So that's your MR2 setup. And again, this was one of the base cars, but we did change things a little bit up here in the HSSSR cars, in the HECS. So again, the settings will be a little bit different than they were in the Winter Sprint Series. Again, everything I've set to the center. We've got this as close to the center of breakdown as possible, but we had no ballast on this car because it was right at 2,800 pounds, but we do now need to go to 85 on the power restrictor because we've added power to it. So you can see there's not a lot of modification to this car, just adding our bolt-on parts, and we are good. And then again, this is a car you can easily, it looks like, run soft tires on and be in spec. So, whoop, we need to put that back. I want to keep everything level on these prototypes. Okay, so there's your Mr. 2. Now, 97, we're getting closer to that where I got to remember to bring in that R32 that we built in the last one, the last video. Okay, so the 180SX, this is going to be basic. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one. I'm going to buzz through it because the Salady is basically the same thing. I did build it different on this car, and I'll point that out. So this is basically the same car as the Salady. This is just the 180SX version, so it has the flip-up headlights. Like I said, this is the car we got in the United States as a 240SX, which I think started in the late 80s. I don't remember if it was 88 or 89. I had one of these, a 240SX that was black like this, and it was a 93. That car I only really drove around the shop because I got it from a customer and sold it to one of my employees' friends, and then ended up fixing the car and getting paid for it. So it wasn't damaged that bad, but we had torn it apart for the guy, and he found out he didn't have insurance, and he abandoned it. So I filed for a title for it and got the title and ended up selling it. I was going to keep it and drive it, but when I hired this one younger guy, his friend was really into 240s, and he's like, oh man, I want that. And then he actually shipped me in a right-hand drive front end to fix the parts that we needed. That was really cool, having it basically clipped the car. So I had the whole dash and everything. Everything was in there yet. The airbag was pulled out of it. But everything was in there, and the shifter and everything was still there. Because it was cut like right at the middle of the front seat and right across the console. And it was neat, because I never realized before that time that the shift pattern is exactly the same on right-hand drive and left-hand drive cars. I always thought that they reversed it, but you think about it, engineering, what would you do that? You want the same shifter. So yeah, over there, it's just backwards for them, which I thought was really strange, but I can understand that on a right-hand drive car because you want it to be the same everywhere, right? So we're used to shifting like 1 forward, 2 back, 3, 4, being on the left-hand side of the first gear being on the left-hand side of the shifter, but it's still on the left-hand side of the shifter even though you're on the right-hand side of the car. So the people who have never driven a right-hand drive car may not know that. I always thought that that it was the same, and the clutch and the brake are the same. I always thought they reversed the clutch and and the brake or the clutch and the gas, I thought was reversed as well. But it's not. Everything else is the same. It's just they moved the steering wheel to the right side. So they do usually change the turn signals are usually on the opposite side as they are here, because you're usually on the outside of the wheel towards the door opening. So just a quick little piece there on that, because that brought that to my mind, and we drive a lot of right-hand drive cars in here, and people may not notice that. So again, first thing, wide body. Second thing, wheels and tires. And again, we want to be at 17 wide. That is the spec. If you can't get it, get as close as you possibly can. 17 wide. There you go. You can see that looks exactly like the one up there, only that they're gold now because it hasn't filtered the color in. Front splitter, same as the Salady. Side skirts, again, only one's options. Rear diffuser, just like the Salady. Wing, medium 22. Racing items, again, hood pin, tow hook, roll cage, all added in. Other parts, light bulb. This particular one's a flip headlight, so you get the super cool. The license plate, type A rear only, and the caliper color, I added blue in here. It's a black car. And again, those wheels will filter out when we change screens. As far as the color goes. So, now we go back to our... Oh, I went to the wrong spot. All right, so I experimented on this one. So the bore up we did on the Salady. So we need our power restrictor and ballast. But on this one, we need our fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, increased body rigidity. We did stroke up on this one and it did pretty much exactly the same thing, which I thought was kind of weird. The torque numbers are a little different, I think, but other than that, we got to within. We don't have to put any sort of restriction on this after we add our intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust. We got to add our brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller under tires. But I'm going to leave that open, either one of these cars, if you want to do either or. You can't do both, but you can do either or. If you think bore up would do better, or stroke up. From a practical standpoint, I would think stroke up would be better than bore up. But regardless of what you're doing, you're increasing displacement. So we're going to go into car settings here, and then these are our spec here. Again, we're above 10. Everything else is even. And this one we had to add 50 kilograms of ballast. And we put that to the rear, but no restrictions on the power. So there you go, 589.28. Just, where's our Salady at? Where is the Salady? Oh, right there, okay. Yeah, so there's a considerable difference in these cars for some reason, and I'm not 100% sure. Maybe because we bored this one up and stroked this one up. Or maybe it's just the fact that these cars are different years, and they consider that the structure of the car is better on this 98. I don't know. But they should perform realistically. If you look at the back of them, they're the same. So, it depends. Maybe the Salady has a longer wheel brace. I'm not sure. It should not, because they're the same structure car. So, don't know what happened there, but keep your eye on that. Run whichever one you want if you decide you want to run one of those cars. Alright, so we're to the mid-90s now, and this is another car that barely made it in under the numbers here, and this one was, I worked a little bit to try to get this one. This is a car that's pretty substantial performance. It's a little wild to drive. I've driven it multiple times, and it's a little crazy. But if you want to it will hit the numbers if you want to run it. So the first thing you got to do is wide body an already wide body car. And I don't mean that it's technically a wide body car, but they already have that look to them, Porsches do. And then wheels, we put on the 17-inch wide. Use the classic Porsche looking wheel there. Front splitter, side skirt, rear diffuser, rear wing. This is your odd duck one here. You can run that little bitty thing, but we're going to make it look at least as close as we can. So we're running that one on there. So type B. So this is a kind of an exception to the rule. This was a car I've already livered up. I actually removed stuff and added my dad's tribute stuff on this one. So I think the last time this was a black, red, and yellow livery, I think. Yeah, so I added the flag colors on the numbers for the German flag. I have German heritage, but I am not German. I am American. Tow hook, type B. This one you can't add a roll cage. Light bulb, again I added the best we can get. License plate to the back only. The front grille, I think I changed it. Yeah, because it gives you some air intakes. I figured that should be functional technically. And then calipers. We left them at the standard Brembo red. Alright, we're getting down there now. We're getting down there. Getting down the list. Alright. Go over to the performance area. Ignore some of this stuff because I had this car before. Power restrictor and ballast we definitely need. Our normal stuff, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and our rigidity increase. This is an NA car, so we're going to use racing air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, and brake balance controller. And ignore this fully customizable racing transmission because we've already adjusted that back. Again, I had this car I used for challenge, like Porsche challenges or whatnot. So we're going to go in here and verify our settings. So again, everything's set 10 off. I balanced everything out. We had no ballast on this car by the time we did what we needed to do, so it came in right where it needed to be. I did have to put, again, verify we've done the fully customizable manual, fully customizable suspension, LSD, and then what we had to do is maximize our power restrictor, and then 1 on the output adjustment, just 1, and that gets us to 252, which is under the 255 max. So there is your HSSR spec Porsche 911 Carrera S. Now be very careful, you're definitely not going to be able to run soft tires on this car, but be very careful adjusting this car so you don't get out of room spec. You may not be able to enter, so be very, very careful with these when they're way up in the numbers like that. If it's me, I want to run a car that's probably going to be, I can have that flexibility to run softs, and I can also adjust too, because adjustments are going to be open as far as things go. So that's the Carrera 911 95. Okay, 94. I think we're in 94, so I can grab that R32, which we built before. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. Let's grab that one because I don't want to forget about it. Where is it? Right up here. Okay, so we built this one at the other video, the build video for the HSSRs. So I'm not going to really go into this one. If you want to reference this one, you can go into that previous video and get the whole car built. But I'm going to go over the settings because we did have to do 3 stages of weight reduction, and then we put in all of our miscellaneous stuff, all of our aero stuff, 17-inch wide wheels and tires, and then we've set the ballast to 25, which we pushed all the way to the back, maxed our power restrictor, and then took 2 out of the ECU. So there is your R32. If you wanted to build an R33, it's going to be pretty much the same. You're probably going to have to bump the output adjustment back a little bit more because I think the R33 is a little bit more powerful, maybe just slightly. And you may have to adjust the ballast to get to that 2,800 pounds. I want the cars at 2,800 pounds. No exceptions at this point. We have a few horsepower to mess with, but we're not going to do anything on the weight. So that's your R32 GTR V-Spec Nürburgring. And let's see, we are now down to the next Celica. This was another one of our base cars, and I've modified this livery to be an HSSR livery. If you want this livery, let me know. I can send it to you. And this is another car that we're going to start off just like all of them as a wide body. As you can see, that's installed. Again, this is the GT4, not the race car. This is the GT4 ST05. This was bought from used cars, or it might be. I don't think they put it in Legends. Maybe they do. But you can, wherever you can buy this car, or if you have it, you can build it. Whoops. Sorry. I started yapping and forgot I already been in here. So we did the wide body. And then car customization. Put our wheels in here, and again, we want to go 17 wide, wide. Alright, so there's your wheels. And the front on this one, we have a kind of a splitter on it that should add some aero. We get a little bit, I think. Side skirts. Again, you could probably do whichever ones you want. I think I did these because I already had a livery on them. Rear diffuser, as we do want the rear diffuser. And then the wing custom medium 22. Hood pins, we want to see something on there. Your choice. Tow hook, I prefer type B. I don't want to say spec because I know I don't want to piss people off. But roll cage, definitely. And then again, lights, set them up. I would set them as good as, because some of these dark tracks, you don't want to have crap lights. And then I've set this caliper color to the blue of the car. And again, this was one of our WSS's base cars. So it's pretty close to the spec already. But again, what we've added, for those who don't know, on the HSSR cars, over the WSSS cars from WSS cars, Winter Sprint Series cars from last year, is that we have added all these spec parts, and every car must have them. That's what's different between this and the cars from last year. So this car I don't think had any sort of horsepower adjustment on it whatsoever, but because we're doing things a little different here in the HECS, we do have to make some adjustments on this one. This one probably had weight reduction on it. Weight reduction stage 1. This is an all-wheel drive car, so they're pretty heavy. Power restrictor and ballast. Again, ignore those other tires because this is a car I had before. Fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. And this is another 3S GTE, just like the Mr. 2. So this can need a racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, and exhaust. Pads and kit, clutch and flywheel. It's all-wheel drive, so we need that Torx vectoring center differential. Fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And that sets this car up at 594.36. I did drive this car testing for the WSSS last year, and I almost drove it, but I didn't want to be the only one driving it. I don't think anybody ended up driving it. So that's why I'm keeping the HECS open. Okay, I don't want to be tied to one, everybody be tied to one car. And I don't want to see 6 of the same cars out of 10 drivers or 12 drivers at one track. So we're going to have limits on that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a list, and then I think what we'll do is when people come in, you know, you can choose your main car, but if you want to choose something, we're not going to let everybody choose the same car. So I'll allow probably 2 of the same car in at any event, but no more than that, because I don't want to get people where we get 3 people testing different things, and you know they got hours of testing in, and they're racing against people that haven't had a chance to do testing. That's just not fair. We're trying to keep this fair. You wouldn't do that in real life. You wouldn't test these cars multiple times. You're not even allowed to test. Most race series anymore aren't allowed to test. So All right, so let's go do our spec. And again, I have used multiple different types of racing series to try to develop this series. I mean, the cars come from what we've run here, but they also come from IMSA, some of the rules. They come from, touring car races, from short track races, from NASCAR, from, all kinds of different things that I like, that I think work good, and can be used. We've used all kinds of different, the die roll invert comes from local short track type racing, where it really makes, where somebody comes out and sets fast time, and then they put them in the back because you want that faster car coming through the field to make the show better, right? So that's where that came from. So again, this car now has an 83 on the power restrictor. It does require 28 ballast after our weight reduction, because we did have to add that stage 1 weight reduction. And again, I'd shove that to the rear, but you can do whatever you want with it. And that is our spec. 594/36 can easily come in and put soft tires on this car if you need to. So that's the Celica GT4, however you say it. Let's see, we got a ways to go here. Let's see, is there a 91, one of these cars we were dealing with? 91? Oh yeah, the Evolution. And I'll buzz through that one too, because we built that in the previous video. Alright, so 92, we are just about there. 92, this is our Acura NSX, or Honda NSX Type R 92. This is basically a race car from the factory. So this didn't require a whole lot. But to make it spec, we did everything the same. We start off in our car maintenance and service with wide body, which you can see is added. We put in our wheels here, and we did, I think we did this one, kind of a toss between, a cross, compromise between the two, if I'm not mistaken. Oops, I went back one too many. Hit the circle one too many times there. So, alright, so now that we've got our wheels on, we're going to go to the front and add this splitter. I guess you could probably do either one if you wanted, but this one looks like you probably get slightly more adjustment on it. Side skirts, Type B. Yeah, Type B would be preferential. We were trying to make these as sleek as possible down the side, and we definitely want Type B on the rear splitter diffuser. Wing, again, this is one of those where we can't get the one we need, so we're going to do Type A, which is as close as we can get. So we're going to leave that one on there. Racing items, hood pin, we need something. Tow hook, I want to see Type B. You can do Type A. I don't want to see nothing. Roll cage, add that roll cage in there. And then the lights, as we do, the license plates A, and the caliper color. Alright, rolling on through these here, into the tuning shop on this car. Power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust. Note it's a naturally aspirated car, so no intercooler. Racing brake pads and kit, either one is possible, either one is available, either one you want to run. Racing clutch and flywheel, suspension, and brake balance controller, and then your tires. So this car did not require the amount of deduction, but it is right there again at those numbers. There's not a big difference between any of the NSXs as far as the first two generations. So this one, again, everything's set in the center here. We had 40 kilograms of ballast, and again, that's after, or that's actually, this car was already light. 40 kilograms of ballast, and we're going to move that all the way to the front because this is a mid-engine rear drive car. Our power restrictor is going to be set at 77. Okay, and again, a lot of these settings, if I haven't made myself clear, you'll be able to adjust these settings, but I'm setting this up so you know the spec. And you won't be able to run soft tires on this car either. Alright, so that is the 92 NSX, and I think these wheels are not resetting. No, they're not. All the gold ones are staying on there. I think what I gotta do is load the style. I'll have to go... Well, I'm not too worried about that. These are prototype cars anyway. But if you do want the liveries, again, reach out to me, let me know, and I will get it set up for you. So here, now we can put our 91 car in the mix. Where is that at? That is the Evolution. And again, I'm not going to go through this one because I built it in the previous video. If you want to see the build on this, go ahead. But we will review the settings on it. Basically just a weight reduction stage 1. All of our cosmetic goodies are basic stuff that we always get on all of these cars. And again, this is one of those that's at that number, and I think I touched on that in the video before. You're right at that number where you can run soft. So if you, again, one bonus point, one of the only bonus points you get in the series is fast lap for every race. So if you have a problem, you might want to be able to come in, take a pit stop, and switch over to soft tires. Try to run fast lap and get that bonus. So the points are really leveled out this year and balanced so that you, if you run in the top 10, you're going to get a little bit more points, but anything outside of the top 10, you're going to basically get the same points. And there's a slight variation on that, but you can see the points listed as I've got them printed out there for everybody to see. So I will make sure all of that stuff gets uploaded to the Facebook page. I'm going to do that all at once because I've been sick or not able to really do much of anything for the last week and a half, almost 2 weeks now. So, all right. Well, thanks everybody for that. Let's go on to the next one. I'm glad we could skip over that one, kind of go fast. And then another one of our original OG cars coming down here, and that is the Delta Integrale. Evoluzione. And I know Zippy ran this car in the Winter Sprint Series and did very well with it. So this is another one that has one of those underwings. So most of your hatchbacks require that underwing, and they don't necessarily put them at the same spot. So as always, you're going to start off with the wide body. What I should do is not change these tires and just show you. That's what I probably should have been doing the whole time. So the wheels and tires, again, we're going to use 17-inch wide. That looks exactly the same. Front splitter type B, side skirts type A, rear diffuser, rear wing undermount type B. And again, that's the most adjustable wing you're going to have. So that'll give you the most effect on a hatch style car like this. Hood pins, we want to see something on there. It's up to you. I want to see type B, but I will accept type A. I really want to see a tow hook on there though. And then roll cage, we definitely need to see that where it's available. Light bulbs, super cool, just like me. Type A rear bumper for marketing, and the caliper color you can add after you've added the brake kit in. And I'm really surprised this car is as low on performance points as it is in this trim, because it's really a well-performing car. I know Zippy did say he did struggle at a couple of tracks with it, but I really think if you find the right track, you can run this car and do well with it. But it's low as far as the performance points go. So it is all-wheel drive. It is turbo. So we need weight reduction stage 1 to get to our numbers. Power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, and manual trans, and our increased body rigidity. Again, that's a difference between us and the Winter Sprint Series. Now it's required. Racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust. Pads and kit. And then don't forget this year now required torque vectoring center differential, racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And again, those who didn't hear me earlier, if you want these liveries, I can share them. And then you can add your stuff to there, or let me know if you want me to make you a livery off of this. It only takes a second to create a new save, and I can modify it how you want. We're going to be working on through the year, like I said before. We're going to be working on getting some standardized items. Probably going to be the windshield banner. And some of the placement of the decals. So we'll work on that. So again, settings on this car, all this stuff you can adjust. I've set it all in the center to balance it. Again, we're balance these out the best we can. 55 on the ballast, and again, move that to the back for positioning, and 99 on power restrictor, so not a lot of restriction on the power. I have been just setting these at 250 if I see they're not, just to get all the things correct. Again, we only had the one weight reduction and only had one on the restrictor, so this car should perform well. We had to add some ballast to get to that number, but this car performed pretty well at a lot of tracks. So then don't let the numbers always deceive you. All right, so that was 91. We're running out of years here. Let's see. 91. Here we go. Here's our GTO twin turbo. I drove this car in a challenge, I think, and actually liked the way it drove. It drove really, really super nice. So just my 2 cents on that. It's at that number right around 605. Where you could probably add your soft tires if you needed to for a recovery. But again, we're going to start off, if you're watching this timestamp, we're going to start off wide body on all of these cars. Every one, no exceptions, unless you can't. There's a few cars that are already wide bodied, some of the tuner cars and such. Wheels, again, I've got these wheels on, and I'm not going to add these wheels because I figured out what I was doing wrong, but you're going to go 17 inch and then wide, okay? So we're going to leave those on there, and that's what I should have been doing this whole time, because now I'm going to have to go load all my styles out. But anyway, front splitter, side skirts, rear diffuser, wing, custom wing, medium 22. Racing items, hood pins, you want something. Tow hook, I would like to see B. And roll cage, we need it in there. So, other parts, light bulbs, you can run whichever you prefer. You could be super cool just like me. Type A rear only, again, I asked for the Type A unless you've already got something in your livery. We're going to use that for branding. We're going to use that license plate for branding. So there's all of that on the GTO. And now into the performance goodies. Into the tuning shop we go. This is all-wheel drive car, so it starts a little heavy. Weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. And again, one of these all-wheel drive pigs takes a weight reduction stage 3. Racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, torque vectoring center differential, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and your tires. And that is your GTO build. Also known as the Mitsubishi 3000 GT VR4 here in the United States. It was also sold as the Dodge Stealth and the Dodge Stealth RT. RT, I think, was the all-wheel drive version with the twin turbos. They also made a naturally aspirated version of this thing. So these settings are pretty straightforward. Again, all of this stuff you can adjust as needed. I'm going to move this up to 75 just to make it more even. 605.15, again, right at that 605 mark. This is probably an ideal car. 12 on the ballast, so not a lot of ballast you add. And we're only going down, we're not maxing the power restrictor, we're going to 71, which is almost maxed. As you can see, we got 1 point left. But, again, you're getting that full output on your ECU, so the car should be pretty responsive. You got all-wheel drive. It should take off and launch well. And remember, most of these HSSSR races are going to be standing start, except for Daytona. Daytona will be a rolling start. So there is your Mitsubishi GTO also known as the 3000 GT. Alright, we are about to cross into the 80s here. We've got, I think, one more 90s car. That is, yep, right here, the RX-7, and this was a late build in last year that Makoto wanted to build, so I built this one up. And it fits nicely into the specs. In fact, does very well for this particular version because this car doesn't have to be restricted at all. If I remember right, maybe just slightly because we added the performance stuff, but wide body first. Again, watching this on timestamp, wide body on all these cars, that's the first step. And then wheels, and again, I'm going to correct myself because I've been changing the wheels and I need to just show you what they are. So this is basically the same wheel they come with. And we're going to make those 17, and then we're going to go wide, wide, okay? So I don't have to actually install those, and you'll see that those are on there. Custom parts front, type B, that gives you a little bit of downforce. You could probably use either one if you wanted, if that's better for your livery. Side skirts, again, I'd let you use either one of these. The rear, though, we got to have that diffuser on there. Wing, it's got to be a medium 22, okay? So that's pretty easy. Hood pin, we need something on there. Tow hook, I prefer B. And roll cage. You want to see that roll cage in there. Light bulb, again, you can be super cool just like me. I do want to see the A license plate on the rear unless you've got something on your livery. Let me know. Okay? And I'll correct you guys during the races because I'm going to be reviewing these races better than I did last season. So I'm going to be following up and making sure things are tip-top. We had a couple incidents last year. One resulted in a driver being banned permanently. And I don't want to get into where people are fighting, and I don't want to lose racers. I want everybody to be happy. It's more fun for me if there's more people in it. So I want to see as many people as possible racing with us. All right, now this car, tuning-wise, doesn't need any weight reduction. This car's pretty light as it is. Power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, and rigidity increase. This is a turbo RX, so we're going to need a racing intercooler, air filter muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and kit. It's rear-wheel drive, so we don't need any sort of differential. Front differential. Or torque vectoring center differential, racing clutch and flywheel, suspension and brake balance controller, and of course our tires. And again, this car you should be able to add softs to. So this is another one of those that falls in that 600 to 605, 606 range, where is probably going to be the ideal car to take if you want to really try to go for those fast lap bonuses, because that can make a huge difference. At the end of the year, we had a very small margin, even with the old point system, in our championship. So with this new championship, which is going to give you points even as long as you participate in some races, you're going to get some points. So it should tighten things up. All right, well that is the Mazda. Let's take a look at the settings here. We have to go 20 on the ballast because this is a pretty light car, even without weight reduction. We're going to put that to the back, and we don't have to do any adjustments. We did allow polish ports on this thing. And the reason is it was the cheapest thing that we could add, which I failed to mention in there, but I wanted to point that out. So polish ports. Keep an eye on that. Polish ports. When you go into the tuning shop, polish your ports, and that gets you right to the numbers we need. I missed that when we went through it, but I'm not going to go back into it since we're already in the right screen to switch. And we're into the 80s. All right, so we got some really good cars in here. A few of them left, and then we'll get into the vintage cars. This car did very well. I will say that Eric drove it, but I'm not sure if he was trying to save fuel, but I do know he did have to. There was one race he had to make an extra pit stop because of fuel. And that was when we were running longer races. We probably won't run those long races, mainly because I can't save the replays. And that's the only reason I won't probably run the long races. But this is the 89 300ZX twin turbo. So this car starts off just like every other one. That's with the wide body. You can see we've already installed that. We are going to go add our 17 wide tires, which in this case I have wide. Again, I'm doing this, carrying all this out in case somebody's watching this and not listening to it. So I'm going to carry out all of these processes in case somebody's not listening to it and just watching, so they can see what we got to do. Okay. And then custom parts, we're going to go front type B. Yeah, we're going to have to stick with type B on this one. Type B on the ground effects here. Rear diffuser. And the medium 22 wing. Whoop. Got a little happy with the circle button there. We did that. Racing items, hood pins, we want something on there. Tow hook, we want type B on there. Roll cage, we want type C. Okay, again, wherever we can put a roll cage in, we want the full roll cage. Super cool. License plate on the rear, and again, that's for marketing the series. I've got a template for that. And then caliper color. Again, caliper color you can add in after you've added in your racing brake kit. So that's where we're going right now to add in our performance parts. Right here in the tuning shop. So this car starts off a little heavy, again, like all these 90s cars. Weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Notice this car does not require weight reduction stage 3. Just wanted to point that out. Intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and your tires. So then we just set this car to the spec, and it is right at the number. And again, this is one of those, if you want a car that's going to perform well, this is probably going to perform very well, but you will not be able to run soft tires. You're not going to be able to adjust this car enough to get soft tires on. In fact, I'm going to bump this up to 75, and that pushes it towards 614. So balancing the car out here. So we need 62 kilograms of ballast after our weight reductions. And again, we can put those to the rear to balance the car out. And then we're going to run this thing at 73 on the restrictor. Okay. So I've opened the field up from last year. Last year I didn't want to get into ECU adjustments, but this year we're allowing it. So again, 2 reductions of weight, 2 stages of weight reduction, and we're going to do 62 on the ballast to get to our 2,800 pounds, and 73 on the restrictor. Okay, so there is your 300ZX Roadster. Now we are to the car that I actually drove the most last year, and that is the 1988 Toyota Supra 3.0 Turbo A. Oops, nope, I'm sorry, we got one more. This is a car I've driven a lot, and this is one of the ones I actually added a livery to this car, because I was going to do that to all of these cars, and then people could modify them, but I'm like, the more I did, the longer it took, I'm like, no, that's not going to work. So this is a very good car to drive. This was the basis of the DDRS series that I used to race. This was the car that we used as a base car. And it's a really good car. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It doesn't show up in the performance point numbers in here, but the way it's set up, it actually works out really well. So wide body's installed. Again, that was standard for all of our HECS cars. The wheels, as you can see, we used the BBS wheels, which is basically what it came with, and then we went to 17 wide. Okay, 17 wide. I'm not going to install those because they're already on there. Should have started doing that earlier. I'm going to have to go through and adjust all these cars. Oh man, what did I do to myself? Front type B splitter. Yeah, we're going to use that one because it's bigger. We want the most aero we can add to these cars. So this one works. If you had a livery and wanted to use, it doesn't really add a lot. But let's use type B. In the rear, we want the diffuser. In the wing, custom wing, medium 22. So there is your settings for the base M3 Evolution 89. Sport Evolution. Ooh, I missed that. So again, we ignore those tires. Power restrictor and ballast. I think those tires come with it. Fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, increased body rigidity. NA car, so this is a 4-cylinder car, by the way. Racing air filter, muffler, exhaust, brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, and brake balance controller. Don't forget your tires. This is a car you'd easily be able to run softs on. So settings-wise, not really a lot of adjustment needed on this one. Again, it's pretty much at the spec. We had to add 70 kilograms of ballast, and it's already 50-50 weight distribution, so we didn't move that anywhere. And then the power restrictor's at 93. Everything else is just set basically to spec. So not a lot of messing around with this one, and it comes up pretty good, and this car drives very well. I've used it quite a bit in challenges. I got quite a few miles on this car, actually. So now, I jumped the gun there before. Now we are to the car that I drove the most in the HECS, and I found settings that work very well with it. So we're going to go into, I think it's this one. I'm going to go into both of them regardless, but... I'm going to just want to look, make sure I don't have any mods on this one. Okay, yeah. Yep, no, this one is the one that is... This one I think is... Yeah, so this is the one that's set. That one's set to my specs I liked, and this one is going to be set to standard spec. So... Alright, so yeah, this one's all set in the middle. Yep, so everything's set in the middle on this one. Okay, so again, we're going to start, this one's going to start off with the Supra 3.0 GT Turbo A. And this was a homologation model. This was a very limited model. I think they built like 500 and... I think there was 500 and... What the heck was it? I think it was like 561 or something like that. And I think of those 61, 47 of them were race cars. And there might have been like 8 or 9 of them that were development. So there was only actually like 505 of these that were actually sold. I think 505 that were sold to customers, and they are worth a ton of money now. And I got a bunch of them in here anyway. So again, just like every car that we build, we're going to start off with that wide body. Okay, so that's our wide body there. And then this one, I think I've got the original BBS wheels on this. Yes. So we got the BBS FS wheels, and again, they're 17 wide. Okay, so I'm not going to reinstall those, they're already on there. Custom parts, front, we're going to use the Type A splitter or B. I like, these are both, you see they're both exactly the same width, so I like the A just because it looks better. Side skirts, again, I like the A because they look better. They're both the same length. The one just adds a little lip. Nope, cancel. In the rear, we add the diffuser. And then again, the wing is the custom wing medium 22. Every single car is the same. Racing items, again, you add something. You can do whichever ones you want. Tow hook, I'd like to see the B type. And then roll cage, I want the full roll cage. Lights, we're putting the brightest lights we can. You can do what you want. And then the caliper color, I put these on to match the blue, which I should have done, which I didn't. Now I have. To match the blue numbers on this car. So I have 2 different cars I set up. One I set up that one way and one I set up the other way, and then I run them instead of having to go in and try to remember the settings or change settings. I just set the two cars up different, and then I figure out which one I like running the best. So, and you're welcome to do that as long as the cars stay in spec. You can have 6 of these cars if you want. I don't care. I have 3 of them. One of them I run in challenges, and it's got some more mods, so I don't run it in the races. But I have 3 of these that are heavily modified, like this. But the one I run unrestricted. So, and I've added some engine stuff to that one, I think, because that was the one I built first before we were running these races. As an owner of an 86 Mark II Supra, being able to drive something as close as possible to my car, and I actually have a Mark III Supra, being able to drive something as close as I can to my actual car is preferential to me, even over performance. It just adds to the experience, especially being in VR and having the wheel and everything. So, all right, so let's go over and see what we needed to do to the Supra 3.0 GT 88. These are heavy frickin' cars. They are pigs. Weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer. Fully customizable LSD. Fully customizable manual transmission. Increased body rigidity. I can assure you if this was a sport roof, we would have to do weight reduction stage 3. This thing only shows that it weighs like 3,600 pounds. Those cars weigh 3,900 pounds plus with the sport roof because they had to add so much reinforcement in the body to take that center section out of the roof. And that's the same thing with the Mark IV Supra too. So if people don't realize that, that's why these coupes are so desirable over the sport roofs. Just so you guys know, for people that are building race cars, it's a little tip. Anytime you cut a top off a vehicle, you add weight because you had to have so much reinforcement to them. Roofs do an amazing job of supporting a car without that much weight. They don't weigh much. A roof on an SUV weighs 15 to 20 pounds. The reinforcements inside of it maybe weigh another 50, 60 pounds. On a car like this, a roof weighs 15 pounds. And the reinforcements probably weigh less than that. There's not a lot of reinforcement. They don't need to because everything's tied together so close. There's not that big of door openings. So it's just an engineering thing. But knowing what I know about these cars over the years and car design and having worked in the automotive industry for so many years and studied the way cars are designed and crash structure, I can assure you a car like this one, notice it's a solid roof. These are the ideal cars to build a race cars. You don't want to take a car that's like a convertible or something like that and try to build a race car out of it. So, and that is why Toyota has not built a sport roof version of the new Supra. They could because the Z4 body structure can handle it, but they took that stuff out of it to build the Supra. So, just another little bit of info people may not realize that they were able to do with the Supra design that BMW couldn't do with the Z. So, all right, let's go back because I was yapping too much. Again, weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, brake pads and kit. Clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Again, this car is past the threshold where I can add soft tires with my current 616 threshold, and that's going to stay that way for now because it kind of balances out some of the cars, and that worked out pretty well for some people. And I like that adding that little extra in there. I don't like people to get frustrated and leave a room. If they got a chance where they can come out there and try to set fast time, let them do it. Keeps them involved. So, all right, so 60818 on this one at the settings, and then you can see what we had to do. Not a lot, because this engine is only like 230, I think, horsepower or something. I think this version it was like 250. So what we got to do is we got to take the restrictor down to 76, and we're going to add in 46 on the ballast. You can move that. I choose not to on this because I like the balance of the car, but that's up to you. You can move it all the way to the back. 46 should add a percentage or two to each side. So you'll be like probably 53, 47 maybe. let's just do it just to see, just to show you. Oop, ain't letting me do it. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now let's do it. Oh, I think my controller's run out of juice. There we go. Okay, I think my controller ran out of juice. Okay, so that gives us a little bit more performance points, and it gives us a 5248, so that did make a substantial difference. So I'm actually going to leave this car at that setting. But I've got the Midnight Stealth. That's actually a Hyundai color, but I really like that Midnight Stealth. It looks good in the game. I've seen it before in person. It's not as impressive in person, but looks really good in this game. So I've used it on a lot of my cars here recently. And that is our 88 Supra 3.0 GT Turbo A. On to the next one. And again, I tend to ramble on stuff like that, but it's just little tidbits of information that people may not know that might find informational. So we're down to our Cosworth RS. So, this one here, this was one of those that has a kind of a unique situation. So we're going to add the wide body to it, which, again, every one of these cars looks pretty BA, in my opinion, because we add the wide body to them. They just look like they're going to just drive right past you. Doesn't matter what you got. If they can't get you in the straightaways, they're going to get you in the corners. So these, again, wheels, we're going to run the wheel here, and we're going to run a 17-inch, and the wide. And again, I'm not putting these on because they're already on there. Custom parts though, front, we're going to add the closest thing as we can to a splitter, and that's the best we've got on this one. This one you can actually see the adjustments on it. The side skirts, actually it was just moldings on this one, so we got rid of the moldings. And then the rear diffuser on this one. The wing is another one of the very few unique wings. We couldn't get a decent wing on this one, so we're going to go with this one here, which should give you the max downforce and adjustment on it. So that's why this car is a little goofy compared to some of the others. Again, we've had about 4 or 5 cars with unique wings, and that's okay. Again, we're going to balance these cars. If somebody walks away from the field, we're going to have to start adding weight to them or something. And that's why I want all of these cars spec'd out exactly the same as far as weight and all the power and all that exactly the same. Because that's the only way we can keep control of that. So, now that we've done that, we wide-bodied our car and went through all of our aero stuff. We got the unique wing. We have got to go through and get our add-ons. And we're going to start with power restrictor and ballast on this car. Our computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. And then this is a turbo car, so we're going to need a racing intercooler, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and tires. So settings on this car, again, it seems a little artificially low on this car because these cars perform very well. But I think it's probably just because of the ballast. But you can balance the car out so much on this. I would think it actually would improve things. So 63 on the ballast, 50 on the positioning, and 92 on the restrictor. So anytime you're above 90 on the restrictor, the car should perform pretty well regardless. Because we're all at the same power. So otherwise, like I said, all the other settings are your choice. Alright, so now we're going to get into some of these vintage cars, and these have more unique situations on them. So we've got about, a dozen of these maybe? Yeah, not quite a dozen, I guess. So we're starting with the Trans Am, and this is basically the same car that we ran in the Trans Am series, and I've just switched it over to an HSSR car. It was pretty simple, because in that series we didn't change the weight, but in this case we're going to, we started off with a wide car, which is where we start here. And these cars were fun to drive. You don't get any front aero ads, but there is a splitter down there, or a spoiler down there, so it should do something, but I just don't think it allows you to change it. And again, wheels, I default over, and I change this one over to these. And we jumped it up to, again, 17. Oop, we want to go wide, wide. So that's where we're at on these. And again, I added color to match the gray that I put on the hood and the rear spoiler. Which those are GM colors. Those are all GM colors. I've been trying to keep as close as I can to factory colors. And I haven't added the HSSR to the license plate you see on this one. But again, we can't add much of anything except the wing on this one. So we did the medium 22, and it's kind of weird on this one because it actually becomes an undermount, and they keep the one on the car. They keep the original spoiler on the car, which is fine. Because I don't think those did really much of it, but anything for looks. And again, it's weird you can't add a... we added hood pins, tow hooks, and we can't add a roll cage to this car, which is kind of odd too. But again, limited use cars. Light bulb, license plate, and caliper color we added in after the fact. So let's go into, because the important difference between this car as it sits right now and what we ran in the Trans Am series is that we reduce a lot of weight. A lot of weight. So, weight reduction stage 1, weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD manual transmission, just like every other car, increased body rigidity, and there's our third weight reduction. Okay, because I think these things are like 3,653 pounds otherwise. And again, it's an NA car, so we're going to go racing air filter, muffler, exhaust, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. So that gets us to our spec car. Now we got to go in and show you the settings to get to that number. And again, this car has a pretty high performance points level, so it may do pretty well if somebody wanted to run this car. We did have to add back in a little bit of ballast because of all of our weight reductions, but if we throw that to the back, we balance out the car a little better, and we don't have to reduce anything with our performance mods on the restrictors either way. So you're going to get full power from a 400 V8 with almost 400 pounds of almost 400 pounds of pressure, or 400 pounds of torque. Sorry, I was trying to look and see what the 6.6 liter. So yeah, it's a 455 V8. 6.6. That is the 455, right? Yeah. 5.6, 5.8. 6 liter. No, actually, no, that's the 400. Okay, I'm sorry. That's a 400. Pontiac 400. Because Pontiac didn't have a big block. It was just a Pontiac block. So that's the 400. All right, that is your Trans Am. Again, that's a late 70s model, so she's pretty choked down on the power from all the emissions crap. But we didn't do anything but just add an air filter, muffler, exhaust, manifold, and then the full control computer. So we basically took out all the standard stuff and put electronic stuff on it, and injection, and that's how you get to your 253 horse without any sort of restriction. Next up on the block, and we should be done here. We're going to close off just a little bit after 2 a.m. here, it looks like. Next car, as far as age goes, is going to be... What year was that Mangusta? That's a 69. Okay. Oh, no. I checked that perfectly. So this is the one we built in the previous video. This is the Ferrari Magnum PI car, as somebody said. So I'm not going to go through the build on this because it's in the previous video. If you decide you want to drive this, just check that video out. Weight reduction stage 1, and then all of our normal stuff we've been adding to every single car. Front splitter, side effects. I don't think this had a diffuser available, but it's a medium 22 wing. And then this one I did not set. But ballast, I was Oh, wait a minute. How is that? How is the ballast set at 200? Something's wrong here with this one. It's glitching. Oh, yeah, something's not right there. That's very strange. That's like a glitch. I'm gonna have to figure that out because I can't take the weight reduction out. I might have to build my other one. That's very odd. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure we set this car. And set the restrictor and everything. Maybe we didn't. I wasn't feeling very good during that first video, so maybe I didn't. But we'll have to keep that one aside. That's definitely not right, because this thing was a little overweight, so we deducted the weight, but I never added in 200 pounds of ballast. Or 200 kilograms of ballast. So I'm not sure what happened there. Alright. Well, we'll figure that one out. I'll have to make that note. Alright, well, that'll be one of the cars that'll be available, because it should fit into the specs. So, actually, you know what? Let's real quick, because it doesn't take long to build these cars. Whilst I'm in here. Look, there's where you get your Trans Am if you want to build one of those. That popped up just in time. And there's the Supra. That's not the Porsche, but you could probably build this Porsche too, but again, let me know. There's the DeLorean, there's the Subaru, there's the R32, there's the Lancer 4 if you want to do that one, there's the M303, the 07 for the Cup car, if you want to get it at a discount, there's the RZ Supra, the R32 Nissan. A lot of cars you could build for, there's the Tuscan, there's the Fairlady 350Z. Yeah, a bunch of cars you could buy if you wanted. And again, just so I didn't build the Sylvia K's because it's too light power. Yeah, I don't see the Magnum PI car in there right now. The 308 GTB. I don't know what happened there. That's weird that it's showing that I fully added 200 ballast, but I didn't. That's really odd. Because I remember we had to add a little weight to that car, but it was underweight to begin with. That's really strange. But anyway, I guess we'll figure that one out. So let's switch on to the next car, because I think it's going to be the CSL, which I just mentioned. It set me back a few minutes, but we'll get that figured out. We'll get that 308 GTB figured out. And if there's an update for it, I will get that to y'all. Okay, let's go in. It's the 73 Fugu Z. Let's just go ahead and do the CSL right now, wherever it's at. Oh, there it is. 73 CSL. Alright, so this starts off as that BMW we just saw there. This car is kind of old school cool. And it has a pretty decent PP for an older car. It actually is above the M3 Evolution. So again, start with the wide body. Yes, that is a BMW. Ooh, excuse me, BMW color. Been talking too much. So again, nothing on this car except the wing, and again we went with the medium 22. The wheels I went with kind of old school wheels here, but again we went to 17-inch and we went wide. Okay, I'm not going to add those back in because they're already on there. Custom parts, again, nothing on there. Racing items, hood pin, I went kind of new school on those. Tow hook. Roll cage, full roll cage, so This one has that little extra wing on it, which is fine, since it doesn't have anything in the front or the sides. And then the caliper color, we changed. We just left the standard BBS red or Brembo red. I hope I haven't been saying BBS red all night. It's getting late. I did sleep a good chunk of today, so I'm not gonna make a big fuss about it. So this one required a little bit extra than what we would normally have. So we see we've got a high lift camshaft, the racing crankshaft, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual trans, and body rigidity, which those 4 items are normal, but that racing crankshaft is different. And then we add a racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. So this one gets into the range here. And I did not set this one because I wanted to set it while we were on the video. That's why I did this like this. So car settings, again, we're going to add. You can see I did not add the sheet. We're going to edit the name. HECS Spec. Again, it's a prototype car. We're going to get this thing down to where these are 10 above the bump stops. 105. And be careful with these older cars. You can get these cars to start rubbing, actually. And again, we're going to put everything in the middle. Yeah, be careful, because I went out and drove one of them. I think it was the Mustang. It was an older one. We were trying to drive at Interlagos, and the thing wouldn't turn. And I realized it's because I had it too low, and it was actually rubbing on the fenders. Which is accurate and kind of dumb at the same time. If you're building a car, you shouldn't be building it, you know what I mean, to where it would do that. Okay, so we don't get any downforce adjustments on the front. We're going to put this one right about, let's do 110. It's kind of in the middle there, isn't it? Yeah, we'll do 105. Okay, and then ballast we're going to need, we're just short on the weight, so we're going to go probably about 24, a little high there, 22, 2,800, all right. And then power restrictor, we're at 257, so we're going to need to go 99, and that is it. That is all we need to do. Now the ballast we can leave it right where it is because this car's at 50-50 weight distribution. I'll bump this up to 250, and there we go. 588.62, set to a pretty basic spec. So you could probably get a few more points out of that depending on how you set it up. Pulling some of that rear downforce off. Since you don't have the front, it'll help balance it out. And that is your CSL 3.0 BMW. This car's pretty cool. It's just cool. It's just old school cool. A lot of these cars we're getting into are pretty cool. So now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the Greddy Fugu Z, because this car already starts as a wide body, so you don't have to do the wide body on this one. So I'm going to go in there and show you that it's not even an option, because it already is. See, it's not available. So, as you can see, it's already a wide body. That's pretty much a given. So, again, we did the same thing with the wheels. We went to our wheel that we've got on here. We went 17-inch, which is a standard size. Now, this car doesn't even allow you to do wide because, again, this car's already wide. So you don't have to add that on this car. And again, I'm going through these motions for anybody that is building this car in case they're watching it without sound. Just so people that are watching it with sound understand that. So wing, again, this one we balanced it out by putting the same exact medium 22 wing. And this is the same car we just finished up the Winter Sprint Series in. And again, we added in some tow hooks, or some hood pins. Tow hooks, I think, are already on there. The roll cage is already in there, as you can see. Light bulbs, super cool. License plate, type A only. Again, there's a reason for that. And then the caliper color we left, but I thought about changing that to this one, but yeah, we did the blue because it just kind of has an accent to it. I can't remember what color. That is not a factory color, but I did add that color in. I think that's a Lamborghini color. think it's called Army Green or something like that. Alright, so here we go. Here we go, folks. Now into the tuning shop. There's not a lot you can tune on this car because it is already a pre-tuned car. But we're going to ignore the sports muffler, sports suspension, sports brake kit, all of that stuff. But we need the power restrictor and the ballast. Fully customizable computer, fully customizable LSD, fully customizable manual, and increased body rigidity. Then we need the racing air filter muffler, exhaust manifold, racing pads and kit. Again, I bought one kit. I usually buy both. I'm just going to buy the other one. That'll by default add that one in, by the way. So, racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Racing tires. If you have the Freddy Fugu Z, you pretty much just add in the HECS spec stuff. And then we got to go in here, and this car is going to not perform as quite as well as it did in the Winter Sprint series, because to get to our spec, because this car is pretty light and powerful, we have to do a little restriction on it. So we got to add 170 kilograms of ballast on this car. And then we're going to add that all the way to the rear. Actually, we didn't want to do all the way to the rear because of that. It gives us 50-50. And we're going to go 77 on the power restrictor. And again, because of the spec, this car does not fit in very well. Probably not going to perform as well. I was at a good second slower running this car with the other cars. The other Fugu Zs. Now, I did not run it with other HSSSR cars, but just, you know, against the Fugu Z that we ran in the Winter Sprint Series, this car is all going to lose every time because it's way weighted down and restricted. So, just give everybody know. So, if you like the way that car drives, this car should drive easier. You're going to get a little bit more adjustment on things. But, like I said, it's pretty restricted. So you're going to be down about 40 horse, and you're going to be up about 300 pounds almost. But it might do well in the vintage races. So, that gets us down to the last of the crop here. We're down to the last few cars. We're at the Mustang Mach 1. I think this is the one that rubbed on the fenders, if I'm not mistaken. So again, this starts off as the Mustang Mach 1, and then we're going to go and get that, go to the car maintenance and service, and wide body this thing, which it did let us do. I was surprised. I didn't know if I could build all these cars, but we wide bodied this one. And I put some wheels and tires on it at the spec. So we put these wheels on it, and again, they were 17 wide. Okay? You can see that's what's on the car. And then we're going to add in the front splitter. You see there's nothing from factory, so we add in the front splitter. And then we add in the rear wing, which is the custom wing medium 22. Hood pins, I added these cool ones I thought were cooler than any of them, so I added those in, left those on there. And then we added in the tow hook. And unfortunately, for some reason, again, we can't get a roll cage in this car, really. Light bulbs, added in the brightest we could. Rear plate. The grill, you can choose whatever you want. If you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. But just remember, we race at night, too. Caliper color. Again, I just added the red to accent the blue. And it's all of our HSSR normal parts in the tuning center. So ignore the sports air filter because I use this thing for challenges. So weight reduction stage 1, that's most important in here. That's all you really need to worry about, weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast in the second screen, Club Sports. Fully customizable computer. Again, the thought process is we're putting our complete control system on the engine. Fully customizable LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. You're also going to need weight reduction stage 3. Racing air filter, muffler, and exhaust manifold, since this is a naturally aspirated vehicle. Pads and kit, either one. Racing clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and your tires. And then this car is going to be set. This one actually performed pretty well. I ran interlagos with other HSSR cars, so it ran pretty well. So it's something I wouldn't be afraid to try myself, actually. 75 on the balance, and we're going to move that to the back to balance it out a little bit, and we're going to go 74 on the restrictor. Other than that, that's it. Everything else you can set. And again, watch that ride height. I think this is the one. I balanced it out, but I was running these pretty low to begin with, so it did make a difference. So there we go. That is our Mustang Mach 171, and we are running out of years of cars to run. So we got the Skyline. Now this car required a lot of engine building because this was a low power car. You can see the torque is still low, so I don't know how this one would perform. Again, I'd normally say this is a light car, but all of our cars are the same weight. So again, we're going to start off here at wide body. That's the first thing. But then, again, as close as we can get, and I tried to remember on this one. Let's see. Yep, we were able to do 17. Yep, wide. Yep, 17 wide. That's what I got on there. And then you were able to add a front splitter and a rear wing, and again, that's medium 22. Hood pins, I put these kind of old school ones on there. Tow hooks went with the Type B, and then the roll cage, full roll cage is what we want to see in there. Updated license plate on the rear only. The grille you can change around. I like the standard one. You can do whatever you want. And the caliper color I did to accent the silver a little bit. So this car requires a lot of engine work. So this is already a Legend car, so it's kind of pricey to buy to begin with. I think this is one of the cheaper of the Legend cars, but still. We're going to need bore-up, high-lift camshaft, high-compression pistons. Don't forget your power restrictor and ballast. Racing crankshaft, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. You're going to need the stroke-up, engine balancing, and polished ports. Racing intercooler. Oh, I don't know why I bought that. It's not a turbo. Yeah, I don't know why I bought that. That might have been an error. Usually they don't even allow it if it's not a turbo, but anyway, let's overlook that. Racing brake pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension and brake balance controller. And then this one we had to go into the Ultimate. This is one of the few cars you're going to have to be level 50 to build, and that's the high lift camshaft to get the 255. And then, of course, because it's advantage being an older lightweight car with low horsepower, unfortunately we have to add a ton of ballast to this car, so that kills its performance points. But we do balance it out. We can balance it out pretty well here, I think. Yeah, see, it doesn't say intercooler. I don't know why that come up there. I must have hit that inadvertently. Why we bought that. But here's where we stand on all of this. This is all your settings. Again, you can, all these engine mods will get you right to 255. You can add, oh, I think I took some of that out of there, give it a little more PP. We'll try to keep it as balanced as we can. There we go. That's about as good as we're going to get, I think. So, again, we'll probably do well in the vintage races, but you're going to probably struggle if you're racing it as a base car. So now we are down to the last few cars. Super B, which I ran in a practice race. This thing actually drove pretty good for a boat. I was pleasantly surprised. Surprised to say the least. But the PP level, I mean, I was keeping up with the normal HSSR cars, and that's the plan. But I don't know if you're going to pass anybody. So we got to start with the wide body. And again, we're going to go and spec this out with our 17-inch wheels. And we did these particular wheels on this one. Wide, wide. And then we're going to add our front splitter, which is the only thing we can add. Our rear wing, medium 22. Why is it 21? Must have been another error. See, that's like a glitch. See, I didn't have to buy it, so there's no way I've had it. There must have been an error there. That's really weird. Hood pin. Again, we went old school on that. You got some other old school ones there. Tow hook, metal B-type. Can't hit a roll cage. And then the light bulbs. We went with the super cools. License plate, type A rear. Front grille, I added that in. You could go with the standard, especially racing at night. You could always switch that too, I think. You could just go in before the race and switch it. And the blue calipers to set everything off a little. But again, we're in a vehicle that we're having to reduce quite a bit. So now that we've got everything done... Oh, you know what I didn't do? Sorry about that, guys. Grabbed a drink of water and threw myself off. So weight reduction stage 1. Weight reduction stage 2, power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD and manual transmission. Increased body rigidity. Racing air filter, muffler and exhaust. Brake pads and kit. Clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and your tires. Normal stuff. Nothing in the other screens, as always. Except for that GTR so far. Sorry, getting another drink here. Alright, so this one, again, we set everything 10 above the number, and again, we started doing that after the rubbing issue. So we're going to set this one, we're going to set the power restrictor all the way max down to 70, and then 44 on the ballast. We can move that to the back, balance it out a little bit. It gives us a little better number, and then 95 on the output adjustment. So that's really the only restrictions we got on this one, and it drove pretty darn well. I don't think the performance points numbers really show it, but again, if we run these vintage cars together, they're all pretty close. It should be a pretty good battle, I would think. All right, we are down to the last few cars here. Next one up is the Corvette Stingray 69. Again, as these have popped up, I've built these things just to see if I could, for one. So we're going to go in and start off this car as a wide body, just like you would any of the other HECS cars. Wide body first. And put some wheels and tires on it. Again, we can get pretty close going through this list. Most of the cars we can get these 17-inch wheels on, so that was a good number to set. Wide, wide. So that's what you want. And then again, these older cars, you can usually only add the front splitter. See how it's standard? That's the splitter. And then the rear wing, and again, it's a medium 22. Racing items, we want to see some hood pins of some sort on there. You can do what you want. What do those got? Like a little hook on them? Tow hook, we want to see that type B. You can run type A. I'm not saying you're welcome to run it. I would really like to see type B. And again, no roll cage in this car. Other parts, light bulbs, I would update those. License plate's going to be rear only, and again, that's going to be for our marketing. And then the caliper color you can set as you wish. And then go to settings. And this car actually has a pretty high performance points. I ran this in a few challenges and it did pretty well. I unmodified it, or unrestricted it. So again, medium tires. You're going to be able to run softs on this if you needed to. But we're going to be 34 on the ballast and 50, well, you can do that. Again, you can do the positioning however you want. But we're going to be maxed on the power restrictor and then 91 on the output adjustment. Okay? And that gets you to that 596.08. So it might be a sweet spot. This might be another one of those cars that hits that sweet spot. That would be a good car to drive. And I think, if I remember right, this thing actually had 5 gears with the upgraded transmission in it. But I don't remember 100%. Some of them do. You'd have to test that out for yourself. So on to the next one. Oh, you know what I didn't do for you guys? I do apologize. No, I did. I went through that one. Yeah. I'm getting tired, so I'm trying to push through to this end here. I'm hoping to be done here by 2:30. So, yeah, we went through. We added the fully custom, all the parts. If I missed it, I apologize. You can figure it out because they're pretty much all the same. Just follow me on the other Corvette we do here in a minute. All right, so the Mustang GT350 65. I built this on one of the other streams we had, and I think this maybe I don't remember this one. I think it was that 71 that was rubbing when I tried to do that. So this one I think is already, I think if I'm not mistaken, let's take a look. Wide body's installed. Yeah, so this is a wide car we were able to wide body. And then we were able to get our 17-inch wheels and tires on it. Wide. Oh, no, see, no offset. This car's already wide, but it doesn't come up technically wide. So, yeah, so again, it's a tuner car. It's a Shelby. So, again, we can add the front splitter on these older cars, and that's pretty much it. We added the whole different front bumper. We want some downforce on it. This one you could change the bumpers. I just left this one on there just because it looks kind of dumb without the bumper. And then the wing, again, it's medium 22. Add some hood pins, tow hooks. We did type B because it's old school. So standard parts are these, so we just left those on there. That's the Shelby way. And the roll cage. Does this car not have a roll cage? No, it does not. Okay, I thought this car had a roll cage, but it does not. So light bulb, we upgraded those. We did our license plate, the one in the rear only, and upgraded our caliper color. So again, just like every other car, we're going to add the same things. This one is going to have power restrictor and ballast. I did not see that we needed a weight reduction on this car, so it was already light. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. Racing air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and rotors, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. And the settings then on this car, do like they do in those shows, R, and then just let it pause for dramatic purposes. Yeah, this is the one I had to raise up. So this must have been the one that rubbed. So that's at 12 above. So we're going to leave that there just so I can tell that that's a different car. So this one didn't require any ballast because it was right at 2,800 pounds. Didn't require any weight reduction. Again, this was right at the number. But we did have to take the power down to 73. And this is because this is the 289. So it's a lesser powerful engine. But 73 on the power restrictor still gives us 100% output. So as far as the ECU goes, as far as the engine controlling itself, we don't have to restrict the engine controls. So there is the the Shelby GT350 65. Now we're into the next Corvette. And that is the 63 split window. And this car is pretty cool. And again, I was wondering in some of these if we were going to be able to wide body these, but they did have the wide body available, so we did that. And you notice I really like those old school wheels with the knockoffs on these older cars, so that's kind of what I've kind of gone with. I didn't want to go looking for some, so we went again 17 wide. Front, we can add the splitter. The rear, we could add, just take off the bumper, which I actually did on this case, which I don't know. I almost like it better with the bumper on it. I think we're going to put it back on there. Yeah, it looks better with the bumper on there, at least in the back. And then the medium 22 wing. Hood pin, again some old school pins there. Tow hook, type B. And doesn't allow you to put a roll cage again, which is weird. But we upgraded the lights. Did the license plate to the rear only. And the caliper color, we did red to accent the... Actually, this one would look good blue. It looks good blue with our Laguna Seca blue on there. I think it's Laguna... Elkhart Lake blue. Elkhart Lake blue, sorry. And that is the cosmetics on the 63 split window. This is what, C2? I think it's a C2. Yeah, C2. So, same as always, this particular car, not too heavy, but we did have to do some weight reduction on it. We got our power restrictor and ballast. We got our fully controlled computer, LSD, and manual transmission, increased body rigidity, racing air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Now, one thing I did have to do to this, because it kept wanting to put white letter tires even on the racing tires, or what do you call that? White walls? White walls. White walls on there. Geez, I can't remember. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. I had to go in and change that manually in the livery, so just so you guys know. If you don't want it to show up with white walls on it, you're going to have to change that. So again, all cars set pretty even. I set the aero as best I could to kind of balance it out, some sort of derivative. 28 kilograms on the ballast after the weight reduction, which we stuck to the back, and then 70 on the restrictor and 88 on the output adjustment. And that's the 327 V8 in these that we've just added some performance things to, including our own control system. So the full control computer would be basically like adding in electronic controls and electronic fuel injection, which is likely going to be a throttle body on an older vehicle like this. Throttle body, not a multi-port injection, because they didn't come with multi-port or manifolds that could add that in. So we're down to the last couple of cars, and then this is a very, probably one of the better looking cars of all time, if not the best looking car of all time. And again, this car is one of the few exceptions where you can't add a wide body. So this is a Jaguar E-Type Coupe, or Coupe, I guess you would say, in the way they print that one out. Again, and this one, if you notice, and I'm going to highlight that, you cannot wide body this car. It is already a wide body. So you notice that it looks fine. And if we go into the wheels here, we still were able to do 17-inch wide. So it didn't matter that we didn't have a wide body. I have not driven this car, so I don't know if it rubs, so you may have to raise it up, but I think there's plenty of room on these cars, because the frame is set so far inboard of these. If you look at these things initially, the wheels and tires are way in on these things. So this car did require a little weight reduction, so we went stage 1 weight reduction there. Power restrictor and ballast, fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, increased body rigidity, air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, brake pads and kit, racing clutch and flywheel, fully customizable suspension, brake balance controller, and our tires. Nothing else required on this. The engine's pretty powerful, actually, so it didn't take a lot of mods. But it did not allow, and oh yeah, actually, you know what? if you go into the settings here, you see we had to add 100 kilograms of balance, but the car is perfectly balanced, so we only had to go 79 on the restrictor. So that's what kills its PP level. These cars drove pretty darn well, but yeah, it wasn't very high over the 2,800 pounds, so you can see where we had to add the weight reduction and add a lot of that ballast back in. So 79 on the restrictor, and again, she's a 50-50 weight balance, so 50-50 either way. And then, you know, something I just skipped over on this thing because I was so excited about this car is the cosmetic changes I did, and we skipped right over it after I did the wheels. So the front, what we did is we took the bumper off. Okay. The rear, we took the bumpers off. And the wing, we put on the medium 22 just to make it spec. I hated to do that to this car, but it is a race car in this form, so we had to do that. So that is your Jaguar E-Type Coupe 61, and we are down to the last real race car here. Because the Jeep I'm just going to touch on real quick. I'm not going to go through that whole thing because I maxed that thing out and couldn't get it to get anywhere near the numbers. Just curious if you could. So this starts off as the Wicked Fab GT51. Again, you can't wide body it because it's already a tuner car. So we're going to go into GT Auto here, and I just show you what I mean. No wide body. It's already a wide body if you look at it. And when we go into tires, and again, that's what I was pointing out on the Jaguar when I jumped out of the cosmetic part too soon. So we're going to go 17, wide, wide. And again, they fit in there fine, so that's what we've got in there. Custom parts, there's nothing but the wing, and again, we're going to add the medium 22. There's nothing racing we can add to this. The light bulb we can change, the license plate we can change to rear only, and then the caliper color, which we put to red just to kind of accent it. And again, this is already a tuner car. So as far as the modifications go, it's pretty standard. We did have to reduce the weight, ignore that sports muffler and all these other tires. So we need to weight reduction stage 1. Power restrictor and ballast. Fully customizable computer, LSD, manual transmission, and increased body rigidity. I was actually surprised we were able to add all this stuff in. Racing air filter, muffler, exhaust manifold, pads and kit, clutch and flywheel, suspension, and brake balance controller. Now, ignore this, because that was what I had in it because I was using it in a challenge, and I think that's back when they first released the car. So I'll touch on that. So if you look at the car settings here, we're way over here, but we're going to go 70, 90. I think I might have done this because the car was sitting so low. we're gonna do like we've been doing it. Just set it up normal. And again, we're at 66 on the ballast. We're gonna push that to the back, which actually hurt our weight distribution a little bit. So we're gonna try to minimize that. There we go, 50-50. That gives, I wanted to hit 570 if we could. So we got to max out the restrictor, and then 83 on the output adjustment. And that gets us to 569.14. That's probably about where we need to be just to keep us back. You're going to play around with this. Again, this will probably be one we'll run with vintage racing with some of these cars. But 50-50 weight distribution, that's kind of ideal. So I think we got a good number there. We may have to raise it up because that thing may rub. It's pretty low. It's not meant for performance driving, but it does look cool. That leaves us down to our last vehicle that I have actually built that did not make the spec And that is our poor Jeep Willys. Part of the reason this car doesn't go anywhere because it's a brick. Literally a brick. So I'm not going to go into the full build on this, but you can see that I've pretty much done everything on this. Bore up, engine balance, tuning, polished ports, high lift camshaft, titanium racing crankshaft. Did everything. I didn't put a turbo or something on it. I did get to 250 horse, so okay. And then I had to add a bunch of ballast, so 157 kilograms of ballast. And I did what we could with the manual trans. It's just too darn slow because of the drag of it. It's just basically trying to drive a box down the road that's open. So it was just for fun. It was just kind of fun. But it looks pretty cool, actually. It would be cool to cruise around in, I think, but I certainly wouldn't want to try to drive anything performance in it. So that should do it, folks. There are more cars you could probably build, so reach out to me if you want. Again, this is for our HSSSR cars, and we've gone through the whole list. I'm a little concerned about the one issue I had with the 308, because that was weird, because when I bought it, I bought this car out of the used car center, and when I got it, I said 2650 weight. Oh, we can probably add that to it. But then when I went in there to actually adjust it, it was already over the mark. So we'll play around with that one. I'm going to leave this up on my screen to remind me that I need to mess with it. But that's it. You've got the whole list, folks. The entire list from the Willys MB, if you want to be really crazy, all the way up to the... Where's it at? I thought I was going to make that nice and smooth. Right here. The 22 Civic Type R. The most recent car you can build that I've found. And the Corolla, Morizo, the BRZs, Subiyoda 86 Subiyodas. All the way through. And remember, if you want to drive the Supra, this one I have officially outlawed. Oh, you know what I didn't do is go back into the Mangusta. And the Mangusta here is one we built in the last video. So if you want to go back to that, check that out. This one, I think we have set it to spec. Yeah, 252 and 2800. So this required not a lot, actually, but we did have to restrict it down to 72, and then add 85 on the ballast. Force that to the front. It's still really heavy in the rear of this car. So I think that's it for tonight. Thank you all for the patience. I will try to get this. I can't guarantee I'm going to get this time-stamped. If you want to search through the cars, you can probably just do the little scan thing. But thanks everybody again for watching. We'll get back to you when we have everything else sorted out. I want to thank everybody for joining us and being with us through the races. And I'm going to do everything I can to make this the best series possible for everybody. So we're going to concentrate on these cars and trying to balance them out and having some good quality racing with these cars. So thanks everybody again. And we'll see you around next time. And don't forget, things start Friday. Friday the 22nd. We're going to be at Daytona, Group 2, and HSSR cars. So we'll be in the Hissers and the Group 2 GT500 2016 Acura NSX, GTR, and RCF. Those are the only 3 cars that are allowed. So thank you all again. We'll see you around next time. Until then, KingPittdawg